All right, here we go. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 17, 2011 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please, Ms. Megan.
Member Bennett. Here. Member Brindle. Here. Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson. Here. Mayor Hovland.
Here. With respect to the next item on the agenda, which is the approval of the meeting agenda, I would like to suggest to the council that we move 5F up to the beginning of the special recognitions and presentations section of the agenda.
So
we
moved.
can, okay. Moved and seconded. We move Rotary Rocks the Y program up to the head of the special recognitions and presentations. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. All those in favor of approving the meeting agenda as amended say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. All right. The next matter is the adoption of the consent agenda. There are numerous items marked for consideration as consent agenda items. Is there anything that any of the council members wish to remove from the consent agenda? Member Swenson?
4D, and then I think Member Bennett.
Yes, I'd like to remove, please, 4E and 4I.
4E and 4I.
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor, and I'd like to take off J and K, please.
Very good.
I would like 4C, please.
All right. With the exception of 4C, D, E, I, J, K, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Now we are moving to the special recognitions and excuse me.
You have to take care of them.
We'll take care of these in sequence here. First one is 4C, the Golf Course Consulting Services National Golf Foundation being recommended for approval. Member Brindle.
I have, over time, received a few calls about the golf consultant and whether this is the right time to be doing this, and whether it's a good idea to give Todd Anderson a year as manager of Braemar before hiring a consultant to come in and help determine the direction for the golf course. And and in also looking at when the golf course finishes paying its debt in 2013, if it's a good idea to let the golf course generate some revenue and experience a couple seasons of overage before starting to look at going back into debt because of conceivably some of the decisions and plans moving forward. I just thought we'd look at that to see if this is fiscally the right time to do this, as well as whether this is the right time for one of our staff members.
That's a fair inquiry. Do other council members have comments? I have some. But
I do, Mayor. I actually met with Mr. Anderson at the facility a while back, and he was in our conversation for exploring this. His tenure started when was it was earlier this year anyway. I think it's a timely matter to take on. He welcomed, in our conversation, he welcomed the additional information to help his enterprise run smoother, and I think we have a park board and also a community highly interested in investigating the more troubled, I call them troubled assets, but just repositioning some of the assets, the enterprises that are struggling, and this is one step towards that measure, and I highly endorse it.
Member Swenson?
I also think that it's a good idea to take a look at it before we go offline with the debt. So I think this timing is good for that instead of waiting. I prefer to have a plan ahead of time, and that debt being gone should be part of that plan, but it shouldn't be an open checkbook either. So I look at this as an opportunity for some advanced planning.
I also think that the timing is, thank you, the timing, I believe, also is good. I know that there has been discussion of some capital needs for quite a time and good identification of them. However, I think there have been some events in the last year that have indicated that there are some considerations other than simply capital needs. We certainly face a changing market in terms of golf, in terms of the number of facilities that have been built in the area, and I think that getting the answers that it appears that will be sought in this study, I read through the RFP, I think that that will help us moving forward, and that the timing before there are funds to address the capital needs, I think that timing is very, very good.
Thank you. Member Brindle, I shared your concerns several months ago, but as I've worked on this also, I have gotten comfortable with the notion that this is a good time to be doing this. The Park Board has looked at this issue carefully. They voted unanimously to do an RFP for a golf course consultant. But let's make it clear, this is not a troubled asset. This is a golf course operation that is a moneymaker. What happens is when you layer on the debt to the golf course operation from Fred Richards' purchase and from the Third Nine construction, it makes it a little bit more difficult out there. But the golf course itself makes money. They do a good job out there, but bringing this organization in to help us refine that operation, maybe look for some things that we haven't seen before that will help us improve our efficiencies, maybe start to look at some of those projects that we're thinking we need to do out there, like enhancing the driving range and maybe the course itself after 50 years once we get past this bond repayment period. I think it's good from a timing standpoint now, and everybody seems comfortable with it, so I'm comfortable with it too. All right. Would you care to make a motion?
Sure, I'll move the issue.
All right. Discussion, further discussion? All those in favor of approving the consulting services for the golf course operation, picking National Golf Foundation as the consultant, say aye.
Aye.
Carried. Next matter was D, the proposed easement agreement with Quest Corporation.
My question on this, because I really couldn't see from the picture exactly where along Mirror Lakes and Interlochen this is, and will it be in the area we've designated potentially as a walking path in a future plan, sidewalk, and are 2 trees enough for screening? So those are my 2 views. There may be other questions from someone else up here too, Director Caprios.
Yeah, there is. That's not just you.
I'm not listening to music, in case anyone is wondering. This is one of those hearing devices. Good evening, Mayor Hovland, members of the council, and thank you for your question, Member Swenson. What shows in your packet, if I could get Jennifer to show on the document camera, if we can zoom in a little slightly. This is what was included in your packet, and what it was meant to show is that these are actually going to be moved out of the right-of-way, away from the sidewalk, so when we're done with the construction, it will be completely placed within the easement, and we are going to request some additional screening with landscaping.
It's not right along the road where we would normally, with it, have a boulevard and then a sidewalk. It's farther away than that because we have tennis courts there, I think, but I can't really tell where in this is.
Yeah, what you see here is existing as it stands out there today.
Okay.
And yes, the tennis courts are directed over in this area.
That's what I thought.
This being the road. So it is going to be replaced, relocated further away from and off of our right-of-way, which is in this area.
Okay.
And will be slightly closer to the tennis courts. But
Okay.
Will be completely on parkland.
Okay, and then my second question is, 2 trees are nice, but it's little square boxes. Are 2 trees enough?
We believe it's enough screening for this small cabinet. That
Okay.
They're going to, and if it's not, I think I'm sure that they would be open to additional screening.
Okay, I just, there isn't a house that directly looks on it, but everyone that turns in on Mirror Lake sees it, so I would like it properly screened.
Absolutely.
If
the
you could let
neighbors
them
feel
know that.
It needs additional screening, we'd be happy to work with Altec Engineering. I'm sure they'd be open
Great.
to that.
And if there are no other questions, I'll move this issue.
We can move it and take a second.
Sure.
Member Bennett has some other questions. You want to take a second
I will
on it?
second, and then I do have a question or a comment, and that is, in past similar matters, when we've considered the locating of cell towers or the moving of cell towers within the city parks, there's normally been quite a bit of accessory paperwork. And in this instance, what I'm really missing is some photographs of the area showing what's there now, perhaps a representation of what's proposed to be there, and then it would have been easier for me to evaluate whether the screening that was proposed and currently exists would be sufficient.
I'll make it a point to do a better job with that on the next go-around, and certainly with, for any future cell tower proposal, this not being a cell tower, obviously.
It's just a box.
But it's just the box.
Sure, but yes, but again, just to have some representation again, because with the plan that we had, it was difficult to know where roadway was, where pathway was. So it's just a kind of a moving forward, looking forward request.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll be sure to take care of that.
All right, before we vote on the matter, also, I had the same concern that Member Swenson raised. In the agreement itself is language with regard to the amount of screening that material that would be supplied. So I would suggest, based on what you've heard as a concern from the council, that the screening issue be adequately addressed within the confines of the easement agreement, so that we don't sign off on an agreement that allows them to put up just 2 trees to mask this particular.
If I may, Mr. Art Dose from Altec Engineering is here tonight. And
Sure.
Be happy to ask him to come forward and respond to that request.
Thank you. Welcome,
Yes,
Art.
when we,
Would you please give me your full name and address, please?
my name is Art Dost. My company's address is 5201 East River Road. My address is 5209 Lattice Street, White Bear Lake. In response to the question, when we talked about this with Vince, he wanted a couple trees just for, didn't want a payment, wanted a couple trees for screening. Then the issue came up that there might be a sidewalk, so we agreed to request to move the existing cabinet out of the right-of-way onto the parcel itself. As far as getting trees, it's kind of written in the document already, a couple of 6-foot trees. That can certainly be adjusted. It's not a big issue right now. It hasn't been recorded or anything. So.
All right.
Do you want us to change the document in any way? To recognize if 2 isn't enough, we might need 3 or 4?
We can certainly change that. Like I say, it's nothing set in stone right now. That's what Vince had requested originally.
No, it's not your fault. It's when it comes here, we change things. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I think that language in the agreement to the effect that the screening would be satisfactory to staff would probably work for the council, because they understand the intent of the council.
Okay.
So I think city attorney may recommend some language for that particular paragraph dealing with the screening issue.
Mayor, the language you suggested is fine, or you could say up to 4 trees as determined by the city.
I'd prefer some broader language that gives our staff the flexibility to make sure that we have the right number in there, whether it's 2 or 8. I just want to give them the flexibility to make that decision, knowing what the council intends to accomplish.
Then, Mayor, I suggest we just change it, screening satisfactory to the city.
All right.
And before it's signed by the city, we'll make that change.
All right. Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Doth. All right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve this matter. Is there any other comment, or are there any other questions for Director Caprios? All right. All those in favor of approving the easement agreement with the change condition regarding screening with Quest Corporation for the Highlands Park area, item 4D, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Next matter was the proposed resolution on transit that came from the regional, it's actually the Regional Council of Mayors, not the Conference of Mayors. And Member Bennett, you had this matter.
Yes, Your Honor. I requested that it be removed from the consent agenda for the purpose of informing the public that this is moving forward, and I would actually turn any comment to you as a member of that body, the recommending body.
Actually, as the drafter. It's been a while
even
since
better.
I did it. Well,
I would move the issue.
I will second the issue.
And then you can talk about it.
all right. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving agenda item 4E, which is adoption of a resolution 2011-59 from the Regional Council of Mayors dealing with transit. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We were asked at the Regional Council of Mayors by an organization called CTIB, another acronym you probably don't even want to know, County's Transit Improvement Board. There was an issue which is a board composed of 5 counties that assess a quarter-cent sales tax to help with transit issues in the 5-county area. And the state was looking at appropriating some of the money that CTIB raises to help with their budget shortfall at the state. And so we were asked to come in and request that transit be fully funded so that Metropolitan Metro Transit can conduct the operations that they need to conduct on a metropolitan basis. And all of these other transit providers called opt-out carriers, like Minnesota Valley Transit Authority, Southwest Transit, which serves Eden Prairie, all these different organizations are adequately funded to provide the transit resources that are necessary to move people in our metropolitan area. So we prepared this resolution. It has passed through already 22 city councils with approval, and a half a dozen mayors have signed off on it as well. It's going to the state legislature tomorrow, to the chairs of the transportation committees on both the House and the Senate, as well as the majority leaders in the House and the Senate. We hope it carries some weight and causes them to think about what needs to be done from a transit standpoint in the metro area, and that is the very purpose of the resolution. So, thank you. Thanks for raising that issue. Next item that was asked to be pulled from the consent agenda is the traffic safety report of May 4th, 2011. 4I. Member Bennett?
Yes, thank you. I pulled this from the consent agenda for the purpose of asking a couple of questions about Section A, number 1. And I raised this issue myself several years ago. At that time, it was deemed that there was no solution staff could offer. But I do understand that at this point, there is an offer of solution, and I turn to Jack Sullivan.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor, council members, Ms. Bennett. Yes, the Traffic Safety Committee has been contacted by an individual requesting some additional information on in ways to improve the operations of 42nd Street near the Grimes intersection, particularly during the school hours, the morning drop-off and the evening pickup from the Golden Years Montessori School. Staff with the police department and the public works department through our traffic safety committee meetings suggested that we approach this intersection with some no stopping, standing, or parking signs for the duration of 8 to 4 through the school hours. This was also echoed by the school itself. They're concerned with a lot of parents that drop off on the south side, allow the students and or parents to walk across the street to get to their facility. Causes, you can understand, the confusion of younger children jumping between the cars to get across to school, or more importantly, coming out of school on their way home. So this is something that we want to give a try at this location. It'd be for the first block from Grimes to Arden there, to try to alleviate and quite honestly tell parents it's not an applicable spot to drop off your children or pick them up.
And will this also impact parking by residents or guests in front of the residents' homes on that south side of 42nd Street?
It will. There's about 3 homes that actually front that. The other homes are actually on the side streets, the Ardens and the streets that run north and south there. So there's 3 homes that will have an impact, and that's why we try to limit those to 8 to 4, believing that those would be the times that would be most appropriate. They do have a noon hour pickup for the half-day program, so we were trying to do 8 to 10, but then you got to go to 11 to 12 or 11 to 1, and then again from 2 to 4. So we just thought 8 to 4 would be a more appropriate time.
And were those adjacent residents contacted at all? Was any kind of parking survey done of needs?
You know, they have not been. On some past projects, we've done some surveying of questionnaires of the residents. We have on some projects, and we have not on other projects. And staff believe that the length of these driveways, they're considerably longer driveways in this block, would be acceptable to have on-street, or driveway parking and not on-street parking during those hours.
And then turning to the signs themselves and their legal impact and enforcement, is the intended sign regulatory, advisory, or a combination?
This would be a regulatory signage enforceable by the police department. If you remember, we had a similar request up at Grimes and Inglewood. At that location, we had a installation of some signage that may have not been extremely clear to understand from a pickup and drop-off perspective, thus making it difficult for the police department to enforce. We've since corrected that problem, have gotten on the same page with the police department, made sure that the signs were clearly understandable from a resident perspective and enforceable from a police perspective. And that's what we've been, and those were just changed out here about the 1st of May. And we'll be using that same signage then down here, the no parking, stopping, or standing, and that would be a enforceable sign.
Great, thank you. I will then move the issue.
Go ahead.
Just want to make sure that they are enforced. We can put up as many signs as we want, but it's not going to do any good unless we have enforcement. And I've been told by some neighbors that the Inglewood and Grimes ones are not enforced. So I think the police chief needs to be aware of that. If we do install the signs, that we do have enforcement until people get used to this new rule in their daily habits.
We will put this on the hot list, so to speak, for them to enforce.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor of approving this Traffic Safety Committee report of May 4th, 2011, item 4I, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Next matter was 4J, request to purchase asphalt and concrete crushing for the Public Works facility.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm removing both of these items so that we can hear a little bit from Public Works on the efficient operations of Public Works and some of the initiatives they use. I was particularly intrigued by the truck. So can I have a little bit of explanation on both?
Sure. The first one I'll talk about will be the concrete crushing, the recycling of our in-place asphalt and concrete. Typically throughout the year we have water main breaks, other things that require our employees to dig in the street, thus removing concrete and blacktop. That goes to a facility that we have at the south end of town, down by the police training center, the fire training tower there. It's called a cold storage facility. That material gets piled up there all year, and once a year we hire a contractor to come in and crush that material. They crush it down to a material that we can then put back and use for road base. It meets the classifications that is acceptable both for the city of Edina and for the state of Minnesota. And then that way we can utilize that material back in site for repairing water main breakages that may happen the next year. And when we have excess material, we're able to sell that to other contractors if we so choose. One of the projects that this may be used on would be the 169-494 interchange project, where MnDOT is looking for locally sourced aggregates. Trucking costs, trucking fuel obviously adds up very quickly for these contractors. So if they can get material closer to home, closer to the job site there, it makes them more cost effective and keeps our traffic down on our roads and keeps obviously the pollution down as well.
What kind of revenue is generated? Is it?
You know, it's not really a money-making venture here. In most cases, we utilize the material back within the city, so we're saving money. Typically, if we were to buy that same material, what we're charging here or what we're being charged $3.16 a ton to crush, we'd have to buy it back at $5 to $7 a ton. So in theory, we're saving about $4, upwards of $4 a ton in some locations. And then obviously, if we can sell that, we can also sell it at that $5 to $7 a ton as well. So we could be making $2 to $4 back on that material that we sell.
And how long has this green recycling program been in existence?
We've been doing this for the last about 10 to 12 years or so within the community. Before then, it was kind of landfill material. Now we've found ways to reuse it within the city.
Great.
And the second one you had was on the hook truck. This type of truck that we're looking to purchase is very similar to what you see on a lot of construction sites where they have the roll-off dumpsters, the 10, 20-yard dumpsters. And so what it's able to do is a truck chassis is one vehicle, but then we're able to put different attachments on it. One of the attachments would be a dumpster if we ever needed to clean up for, say, an art fair situation or something like that, or a natural disaster type of tree removal type, those type of things. We can also put a salt and sanding box on it, or a typical snowplow box on it. So we're able to use one vehicle, one chassis, one motor, but then put multiple attachments on it. So thus saving, because this, in aggregate here, we're talking well over about $200,000, $250,000 worth of parts. And to buy 3 vehicles, you'd be looking at $500,000 or $600,000. So we're saving quite a bit of money in that regard as well.
Thank you. I'd like to move, I can move both items, Mayor.
Sure. It's been moved and seconded. We approve 4J and 4K. Further discussion, inquiries? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. All right, that completes our work relative to the consent agenda. Now we're going to move to the special recognitions and presentations section of the agenda. We've got Greg Hanks here with us and some staff folks, and then we got a bunch of kids that participate in the Rotary Rocks the Y program. I'm going to turn it over to Member Sprague, who is the chair of the YMCA board this year.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the YMCA Rotary Rocks the Y program is a collaboration of Cornelia Elementary School, the Southdale YMCA, and the Edina Noon Rotary Club. It's been in existence now for this is the second year of programming. This year they have 82 kids. They're brought over in a bus from Cornelia Elementary School. It's actually a reward for another program called Homework Helpers that occurs after school. And then various members of the community play with the children at the Southdale YMCA in various activities for an hour on Tuesdays and Wednesdays throughout the year. So I would like to invite both Greg Hanks and Ben Thiessen up to the podium to talk about the program. Greg is the executive director for the Southdale YMCA, and Ben is a volunteer. And then Ben will be calling up some of the participants after that. Greg?
What I'm really going to do is hand it over.
Greg, would you use the side podium? And then would you identify yourself again, too, please?
Greg Hanks, Southdale YMCA Executive Director. And again, thank you very much, Mayor and council members, for allowing us to be here tonight and recognizing this program. I'm going to hand it over to Benjamin. Benjamin's one of our community development staff members, full-time staff members, and has been instrumental in running the program this year. And I'll hand it over to Benjamin. So.
Great. Thanks, Greg. Mayor, council members, thanks so much for this opportunity to come here. Today we have about 25 kids and family members that are here with, can you hear me?
I'm sorry, can you identify yourself?
Yes, sorry. I'm Benjamin Tyson.
Address.
And my address? My address is 3740 Garfield Avenue, South, Minneapolis, Minnesota. However, my place of employment is the Southdale YMCA located in Edina. Thank you. As Josh pointed out, this truly is an opportunity for kids to not just focus on having fun, but it's also about an academic development opportunity. Mike is here from the school, from Cornelia School, which is where the kids that are participants come from, and they spend an hour or two doing homework during the week, and then this is a reward for them to come out to the YMCA, and we do things like rock climbing, swimming, playing dodgeball, basketball, every sort of form of tag you could ever imagine. So it's a great opportunity for the kids to come out to the Y and also work on their academics at the same time. And in addition to that, one of the great pieces that we like to celebrate is the collaboration, as Councilmember Sprague had mentioned, with not just Cornelia Elementary, but also the YMCA and the Rotary Club. The Noon Rotary Club sends out a volunteer every Tuesday and Wednesday to be with the kids. And if you look back to the search study that focused on the 40 developmental assets, one that's stated in there is having relationships with adults in the community outside of your family, and that's exactly what this is doing. And it also gives kids a great opportunity to get to know each other in a new setting outside of the school. So we wanted to invite up Safa, who's just going to share a couple of words, who's one of the members of Rotary Rocks. And if you look in front of you, also here, there's many family members and Rotary Rocks participants. If you guys might just raise your hand to say hello. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Great. Safa, come on up. And this is Safa. Make sure to identify yourself.
Welcome.
My name is Safa Mohammed, and I am 11 years old. It has been a great experience at the YMCA, and I've learned a lot of new games, and like London Statue and line soccer. And I just wanted to thank the Rotary Club in Cornelia. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
One last piece, and that is, great job, Safa, thank you. One last piece, and that is today we celebrated it was our end of the year gathering, so we went to the Y, had some pizza, and we were able to give away a week out to Camp Kitchiapi, which is located in Prior Lake, one of our YMCA camps. So one of the kids from Rotary Rocks is going to get to join us out there this summer. So thanks again for all of your time, we appreciate it, and thanks to Josh for all your hard work in the Rotary Club, for your consistent dedication to the commitment, and Cornelia School also. Thank you.
Yeah, and Ben, and to you and Greg, and everyone at the Y, this is a fantastic program, and it's something that our community should be very proud of, and we are very proud of.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
And also, they won Connecting with Kids Award this year, and also the program was recognized at the volunteer recognitions.
Again, thank you, and I would just be remiss if I wouldn't also share that the Edina Resource Center was instrumental in also getting this going, and then the Rotary volunteers from the Noon Rotary Club that volunteered their time to come over and work with the kids and interact with them. So it was a very nice partnership with a lot of great collaboration. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Greg. And for all you parents that came tonight and young people, thanks so much for caring about coming to City Hall and getting a little taste of city government. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and thanks for coming. All right. Next matter on the agenda is the Valley View Middle School 7th grade science presentation. And Julie, no, you don't have this, but you're going to take photos? All right. Oh, what a great crew here, too. Yeah, use this. We can take a photo afterwards, but I think use the side podiums for your speaking, whoever's doing the speaking. Then we can do a handheld, too.
Okay, so start?
Go ahead, yes. Give us your name and address, please.
I'm Kyle Dietz, 6704 Apache Road.
We need a little more volume on that speaker, please.
Oh. I'm Kyle Dietz, 6704 Apache Road.
Well, that's a familiar name to us. I think I know who your dad is. Yeah. I saw him sitting back there. Yeah. Well, welcome.
Okay. So, we're a group of 7th graders from Valley View Middle School, and we've been participating in a service learning project with with an organization called Eco Education. The entire grade of 7th grade has been doing lots of different projects in an attempt to help clean up and make 9 Mile Creek better and more environmentally healthy. Our specific group's project is trying to get this ordinance through so that 10% of all the new under construction and new roads will be made impervious surfaces. So everyone's going to just introduce themselves real quick, and then we'll get going.
All right, thank you.
I'm Derek Vital Jimenez.
Would you come up behind the microphone there, young guy?
I'm Derek Vital Jimenez.
Thanks, Derek.
I'm Dimitri Sizanenko.
And give us your addresses too, guys.
Mine's Macaulay Trail.
All right.
Marty Anderson, 5813 West 68th Street.
Thanks, Marty.
Addie Mattel, 7611 Stonewood Court.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thomas Jensen, 5253 Ridgewood Drive.
Thanks, Thomas.
Preston Falstead, 5504 Chantry Road.
Thanks, Preston.
Nate Hofford, 5728 Indian Hills Road.
Thank you, Nate. Eddie, pick up that handheld microphone there. That'll work.
So this is a picture that shows a pavement today and what it does. So as you can see, the rain up here, it would fall on the pavement and probably go by to a near storm drain. But let's say we replace this gray area with a porous surface. So the rain would hit it, and instead of flowing into a nearby storm drain, it would go down and into the ground, which would reduce the amount of water that goes into the storm drain and reduce the number of safety hazards, which we'll mention later in the presentation.
Our goal is to have 10% of all roads that are under maintenance or being constructed to be made of porous road materials for several reasons. We say to porous or to non-porous. There are many alternatives to asphalt and concrete. We choose porous because, one, it's safer. But one con we find is it costs twice as much.
All right, thanks, Preston.
Cost benefits of the using porous asphalt is that it would reduce retention ponds in parking lots, and it would also reduce road maintenance because of cracks and potholes.
There are several reasons why we choose porous materials. One is that it's safer, because during the winter months when it snows, the snow will melt on the roads and ice will form, which will cause slippery driving. But if you use porous materials on the road, the snow will melt, but it will soak through the road, and it will not flow directly into the creek either. And during the summer, it's also safer because some of these materials are temperature resistant, which would cause less potholes.
Well, here would be some alternatives to use instead of concrete or asphalt. You could use porous concrete, porous asphalt, limestone, shale, or conglomerates.
Okay, so obviously there are going to be some pros and cons to using porous roads. Some cons would be it's typically more expensive, about 2 times as expensive. It would take time to implement. Obviously, we're not going to rip up a road tomorrow and put in porous, but over time as we fix roads and replace them. Some of the pros would be it's much safer, like Thomas said. Obviously, it's environmentally friendly because it decreases runoff into the creek and reduces flooding.
So, in conclusion, we believe that making new roads more porous will help not only the creek, but the general welfare of the public, and it will lower maintenance costs. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, gentlemen. Have you had any, as you worked on this project and looked at the pros and cons of porous materials for road surfaces, did you have a chance to have any discussions with our engineering department?
I don't believe we have had any chance to do
All right. I think on a follow-up basis, if you made arrangements with Mr. Sullivan to bring your group out to the Public Works facility, I think you guys could have a real earnest discussion about porous and non-porous materials, because it's something that we've looked at as well and are sort of constantly looking at as a potential material that we might use in Edina. So if you want to continue this dialogue, you should think about contacting Mr. Sullivan or his boss, Mr. Wayne Hoole, and see if you can't set up a meeting out there and go out and visit with them. And I'm sure they'd be, Mr. Sullivan, I'm sure you'd be happy to meet with this group and talk about the findings that you have made.
Would certainly be willing to share our information and hear theirs as well.
So go ahead.
We do have projects that we've done. There's an apartment house on 77th and Highway 100 that the back area where the fire trucks needed to be able to get through, but no one else had to drive on. We ended up leaving that porous. We've had a new building on France Avenue that made their parking lot porous. So certainly we have some examples in Edina now that are headed that way. So thank you very much for your information, and it's a great idea.
All right. Thanks for coming this evening.
I want to say something.
Member
Thanks. Thank you, gentlemen. I want to congratulate you on a great job. I mean, you started out thinking about something. Did you learn a lot? Yes. Good. I think, Mr. Sullivan, we have some future public works officials here. So I think you're going to learn from each other. He's going to learn from you, and you're going to learn from him. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Hold on
time.
a second, fellas.
Thank you very much. And we could also find some example of use of porous pavement in the parking lot at the City of Bloomington City Hall. The entrance road from the major road is not porous because they have found that it's not only expensive to install, but you have to use a kind of vacuum cleaner to keep them clean. You can connect that with the city equipment, but it makes the maintenance more expensive too. But the surfaces that the cars park on are pervious, and it's next to a body of water. So thanks a lot for your work.
Thanks, guys. See you again. Next, we have the 2011 Heritage Award presentation. I'm going to ask Joyce Repia from our city staff to come up. St. Stephen's Episcopal Church has been picked for the 2011 Edina Heritage Award, and we'll have Ms. Repia cover the topic for us. And the award is for excellence in preservation.
Exactly. Mayor Hovland and members of the council, the Heritage Preservation Board is thrilled to come before you tonight as we celebrate Preservation Month to celebrate St. Stephen's Episcopal Church as our 2011 Heritage Award. They are going to start celebrating their 75th year. They're planning for it, so the timing couldn't be better. I'm hearing bells. Being that it's a church, that would be appropriate. Thank you very much. This church, which so many people associate with the Edina community, sits on the original site of the Minnehaha Grange Hall on the banks of Minnehaha Creek at Wooddale Avenue and West 50th Street. And this slide portrays the site. There's actually 3 photos, one stacked on top of the other. And this is when they had moved the Grange Hall away, and they were just preparing the site for the construction of the church. The founding congregation of 115 adults and 67 children began meeting at Wooddale School in the summer of 1937. However, they were intent on building a church that would serve the entire community. The original sanctuary, dedicated on March 19, 1939, was an award winner from the start. Boston architect Louis Burzbach worked with the engineering firm of Cram and Ferguson, both nationally known for their interpretations of late Gothic Revival buildings. This church, in particular, was inspired by the parish churches of rural England. Noteworthy details include the large west window with its flamboyant Gothic stone tracer and the charming wooden porch, reminiscent of those in the timber districts of Britain. In 1951, a parish house was constructed, providing office and education space east of the sanctuary. 3 years later, the tower entrance on the west was built, adding balcony seating space for 70 worshipers over the narthex and 2 choir rooms below ground level. Embedded in the narthex floor is one of the original millstones from the historic Edina Mill. This slide shows the comparison between the original church and the church as we see it today with the tower. And you'll note that the west window and the entrance doors and the pillars on either side, as well as the cross, were carried over into the new tower. In 1967, a chapel wing was added that included 8 classrooms, a common room for meetings, and the chapel. This addition, nestled into its creekside location as if it had always been there, stayed true to the faithful interpretation of the original English country church. In the 1930s, when the St. Stephen's was in the planning stages, Roger Beckwith, chairman of the building committee, provided this vision for the new church, in which he said, "The new church should be something more than just another church. We are building a shrine in which, years to come, can have a far greater than local significance if we build into the project the community spirit of Edina and take full advantage of the natural setting afforded by our Minnehaha Creek location. The Heritage Award celebrates the community and its spirit through the wonderful architecture such as St. Stephen's Church. There is a community pride that is felt toward this building, whether one attends its services or simply enjoys driving by to take in its splendor. So it seems only fitting that the 2011 Heritage Award go to St. Stephen's Episcopal Church for personifying excellence in preservation.
Yeah, thank you, Joyce. Well, I see quite a few congregation
Yes,
members
and
here. I have the award up here. I'm going to walk down with it.
Yes, and I'm pleased to announce that Reverend Neil Allen Willard is here to accept the plaque today. By all means.
My name is Neil Willard from St. Stephen's Episcopal Church at 4439 West 50th Street, where part of my ministry is not only to pray for those who float by my church office on Minnehaha Creek, but even those who get speeding tickets down at the bottom of the hill. And, we're doing a lot of praying, and as was mentioned in the presentation, St. Stephen's Church was built to be a church for the community and a neighborhood church. And I think one of the most meaningful things for our congregation to be able to talk about this award is to think about, well, what might that mean for today as we look ahead to the future, to continue to have a vital role in the neighborhood and in the community. So thank you very much.
Snuggle up. Okay, here's the first one. 1, 2, 3. Another one. 1, 2, 3. I'll switch my second. Just here we go. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 1. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations. While we're getting back together, I just want to make a comment, and I believe I'm correct in this, that the stone on the St. Stephen's building was a consideration in choosing the stone on our new City Hall, so that we have a common look along 50th Street. So you've provided us a nice icon. Thank you. Excellent, even better.
Well, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to give out this award this evening. It is an iconic symbol in Edina, and so many good people there serving our community. And we thank you all for what you do for your church and also for our town. Thanks a lot. Next matter is a proclamation regarding emergency medical services and a designation of the week of May 15th to the 21st as Emergency Medical Services Week. Chief Scheer is here to accept the proclamation. I'm going to read the proclamation. The council will adopt it, and then we will have the chief discuss it a bit. Proclamation reads as follows: whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas emergency medical services teams of the Edina Fire and Police Departments are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival rate and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, educators, administrators, and others. And whereas emergency medical services providers have traditionally served as the safety net of America's healthcare system. And whereas emergency medical services responders of the Edina Fire and Police Departments engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas the citizens of the City of Edina benefit daily from the knowledge and skills of these highly trained individuals. And whereas injury prevention and the appropriate use of the emergency medical services system will help reduce healthcare costs. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and the accomplishments of the Edina Police and Fire emergency medical personnel who serve to protect us. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the City Council of the City of Edina, do hereby proclaim the week of May 15th to the 21st, 2011 as Emergency Medical Services Week in the City of Edina in honor and recognition of the valuable contributions made by the Edina emergency medical service providers to the health and well-being of our citizens. Is there a motion to adopt a proclamation?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded, we adopt a proclamation. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Chief, here you are. I'll hand this to you. And thank you. And let you talk a little bit about the week and some of the things that have been taking place in Edina to keep our citizens safe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I think I'll just give you, first of all, I want to here represent not only the fire department, but the police department, dispatchers, and all the people at the hospitals that we work with as well. Just a brief recap of 2010, although we went on about 3,500 emergency medical calls. About our number one call was for trauma. Number two call would be general weakness. Close behind that would be respiratory issues. Number four would be altered level of consciousness. And number five would be chest pain. So you can see that a bulk of our calls are very serious calls. The medics have to do a lot of work to save these people and to work with them. And our police department and the fire department and the hospitals all work jointly together. So it's kind of a system that we work together. And we've gotten very good results with that. Many of you weren't on the council when we did our last survey. We did a survey back in 2003, quite a comprehensive survey of our residents in all of Hennepin County. And Edina, once again, did really well in this survey. Back then, the people, when they were asked about their overall satisfaction with our performance, 84.7% said excellent, 13.3% said very good. So it's a total of 98% were either very good or excellent. Adequate was 1.2% and poor was 0.8%. So we did the very best in Hennepin County, and I believe our numbers would remain the same today if we were to do it today. So we have an excellent staff, and they deserve the recognition, and we do appreciate it. Another measure that people use, I talked about this last council meeting, was cardiac arrest survivability, and we recently did a nationwide study. We participated in that, and so not everyone participated, but of those that participated, once again, Edina came out on top. We did really well with overall a cardiac arrest survival rate about 4 times what the national average is, and then and witness cardiac arrest, once again, excellent rate. So if you have a witness cardiac arrest in Edina, according statistically, about a 75% chance of survival, which is outstanding. It really is. So it's our staff and our medical director and our hospitals and our police and everyone contributes to this. So we appreciate your efforts too.
You're being complimentary, but a bit modest. From what I recall from the CDC study, we were number 1 in the country in cardiac saves, and you're 252 times more likely to survive a cardiac event in Edina than you are in the average city in the United States.
That's correct. So our people did really well. So thank you. We appreciate the recognition.
Good. Thank you, Chief. Along those same lines, I just wanted to, I was going to say this for council comment, but last week I attended a ribbon cutting over at Fairview Southdale. They share physician services with the University of Minnesota, and through a study that they did, they've decided that they wanted to have cardiovascular imaging capabilities and MRI capabilities located very close to each other to enhance patient care. So at Fairview Southdale, within 10 feet of each other now, they have a state-of-the-art CAT scanner and they have a state-of-the-art MRI machine. The CAT scanner will tell you what happened with respect to your heart, what went wrong, and then the MRI tells you about the functionality. And the rep from Siemens was there that did the CAT scan, put in the CAT scan machine, and it was incredible, the level of detail on the heart. And so this will be another enhancement, I think, for the people in our community in terms of being able to walk out of the Fairview Southdale with a great chance of survival when you show up, and a real strong chance of walking out without too much affect. So these diagnostic tools are very, very important. They will have, this is the first place in the country that this has occurred. It's Fairview Southdale, and then they're also going to put in an imaging department like this at the University of Minnesota. So they'll cover part of the metro, and we'll cover the other part with respect to that imaging capability. So it was very interesting. And the doctors that were there were fascinating. You could just tell they were so bright and so capable and knew exactly what they were doing. So we welcome that service to our community as well. The next matter we have under special recognitions and presentations is coyote presentation, continuing the potential coyote response plan discussion. And Chief, welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. We were tasked at the last council meeting to continue to follow up. Is it too quiet?
No, the hum that Director Caprios referred to earlier is... Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I'll try to speak louder over the hum. But we were tasked with, or you asked us to do some additional follow-up to see if there's anything else that we can do or what other states are doing and so forth. And due to the intense media coverage of the last council meeting, we literally received dozens of calls from municipalities, police chiefs, city managers, residents, all offering advice. Country, and we have literally made calls across the country. And it's in my professional judgment that we have a very good plan to present to you that will be as comprehensive as any other in the entire country, not just in Minnesota. I've tasked Tim Hunter with presenting this, so I'm going to invite Animal Control Officer Tim Hunter up to the podium. And we'll leave some time for questions at the end.
Thanks, Chief. Welcome, Officer Hunter.
Mayor, council members, I'm Tim Hunter. I'm the Animal Control Officer for Edina. I'm familiar with a lot of you, and I'm sure vice versa. I'll try to keep this simple. I'll go through our proposal or our conclusions based on the research that we've done and in our best professional judgment, as well as some of the recommendations we've gotten from some of our colleagues across the country. And then we'll move into some of the rationale behind that. And if you'd like to discuss some of the detailed data behind that from some of the studies that we've gone through or any other information, I'd be happy to go ahead and field any questions after that. The three things that we're proposing fall into three basic categories. Education, management of the population in general, and then a couple of ordinance changes that I think will facilitate a lot of things that we're proposing in the first two. Under education, there's four basic categories that we think we need to get some information out to some homeowners and property owners throughout the city. Property management, simple routines where people choose to do either family activities outside or jogging or walking routines, things like that. How they manage their pets, as well as introducing a new idea to the public that may not be on the tip of their tongue, which is referred to as a hazing program. Basically a simple process in concept, maybe a little more complicated in execution, but a method by which we let the coyotes know that they're not welcome in our yards. And I'll talk a little bit more in the second section of my presentation in terms of how that couples in with everything else. As far as the wildlife management, we wanted this section to be consistent with how we handle other wildlife so that there isn't a lot of confusion, so people don't have to wonder which puzzle piece are we dealing with now. Are we dealing with the coyote puzzle piece or the raccoon puzzle piece or anything? We want to keep everything as consistent and streamlined as possible. To this end, the first portion would be where the private owners, they currently have and would retain the right to hire a wildlife management company at any point that they have any wildlife, including coyotes, that are either unwelcome or nuisance animals. There's some facilitation that we're going to need to do within the ordinance process, and I'll talk to that in the next section a little bit. The point at which we believe that the city should intervene is if there's any sort of human involvement. Whether there's contact or not is somewhat irrelevant. If we have problem individual coyotes that are presenting any sort of aggressive behavior towards humans, then that would be a situation at which the city should intervene and take some steps on our end. On the ordinance end of that, we should take a look at rewording ordinance 1000.12, which prohibits feeding of deer. So that includes some additional areas of feeding wildlife. There's a body of data that indicates that providing large amounts of feed to other wildlife will also encourage coyotes to come in, as well as fox, raccoons, possum. We can go down the list. But these are things that a lot of people think is property management issues. A lot of times it's wildlife viewing, some recreational things like that. They don't always think it through the entire process in terms of what they may get that is not wanted. And I think that that is partly educational, but it's also partly in the ordinance to help enforce that. And the second part of that is establishing a process by which when a private resident brings in a wildlife organization to help mitigate any sort of wildlife, particularly in the case of coyotes, because they are so unique in terms of what is effective against them and what is not effective in their management, we should have some sort of a process by which these private companies can propose to the city the methods by which they believe will be most effective in managing that population of coyotes that they're trying to target. And if the methods they're proposing are otherwise expressly prohibited within the city ordinance, we should be able to review their plan, and if we deem that it is also a safe and effective plan, we should be able to issue them an ordinance variance to be able to execute that plan in accordance with the safety guidelines that we need to maintain. So those are our recommendations that we've come to from our research and, as I said, our professional judgment, as well as the recommendations from our professional colleagues across the country. Some of the reasoning behind that, in the educational area, residents are having more contact with the wildlife, and therefore they have more opportunity to modify and maintain more acceptable behavior on the part of the coyotes. It's just a simple fact that nobody can be everywhere at all times. So if we give people the tools and empower them to be able to manage the coyote population in as far as they have the ability, I think that will help us in the long run. Also, residents are a key part of a long-term solution to any sort of wildlife, regardless of the species. If we have problem individuals within the wild population, the individuals that have most frequent contact or most frequent observation are key components in the solution to that. From a management standpoint, we have a need for clear, concise, and consistent rules for engagement and management of the wildlife, and that's why we wanted to keep it consistent with how we're handling other wildlife. Pets are considered, under state statute anyway, they're considered property, and therefore that, we believe, is under the jurisdiction of the property owner or the pet owner to be able to keep them safe. And part that also goes back to the education process is, how do you keep your pets safe? And so those two things coupled together create a strong way of being able to manage any sort of threats in that respect as well. Human safety is also a mandate that we have from a government standpoint, and there's some things that we can do. If there's any sort of aggressive behavior on the part of the coyotes, we need to step in and intervene at that point. But there's a lot of things that individuals can do on their own leading up to any possible potential event like that that would actually prevent or thwart that sort of a situation. Finally, in the ordinance section, the main reason, as we spoke with a lot of the wildlife management companies, the main reason that they're reluctant to take some of the coyote contracts in terms of management, especially in urban and suburban areas, is that the community's ordinances expressly prohibit the most effective methods to be able to manage coyotes, and that makes it difficult for them. In one of the studies that I read through, there was actually, the author had actually quoted that he would not take a contract to manage coyotes if he was not allowed every tool in the book. If any particular municipality or private party limited his toolbox, then he wouldn't take the contract. He wanted to be able to use whatever method was most effective in that situation at the time that it was needed. And I think we need to look at that as well by modifying the ordinance so that we can review a safety plan and an execution plan on the part of the wildlife management companies, and then if we agree with their implementation as being safe and effective, then we can give them appropriate ordinance variances to be able to execute those plans in a safe manner. So that's the proposals or the recommendations that we have, and also some of the rationale behind that. I didn't want to get into too much of the nitty-gritty details of studies, but we can certainly talk to anything that you might have a question on.
As a preliminary matter, before council members ask questions, are you proposing to put this in the form of a potential ordinance for our review?
In part, yeah. I don't have all of the details worked out because some of it's going to be a little bit more complex, and some of it will have to come before the council either for an ordinance modification or a completely new ordinance. I haven't been able to walk that through completely, but there will be some future considerations for the council to take a look at, yes.
All right, thank you. Member Brindle.
I'm wondering about the plan to keep the deer herd under control, the deer population under control. I don't specifically know how they do it. I hear lots of rumors about how they do it, as we all do, I'm sure. But is there a possibility of a plan such as that to use a method that they use to do what they do with deer?
I think there's an analogous process that can work. However, in all of our research, any sort of sustained pressure on coyote population, actually you'll yield short-term benefits in terms of reduced population, but because of the unique biology of coyotes and the unique social interactions of coyotes, if the pressure is sustained and heavy, you generally in long-term wind up with more coyotes than you started with. And I can talk to some of the biology if you want to get into some of that, but fundamentally what happens, what has been more effective, taking Riverside, California as an example, they had some problems that involved some human attacks, some coyote versus human attacks, and they opted to contract with an individual contractor who is also a wildlife biologist, which is a key component in how this is being executed and being effective in Riverside, is that the individual doing the coyote mitigation is also a wildlife biologist by trade. That said, he's been on contract for 3 years. The first year, he actually did remove a number of individual coyotes that he deemed as problem individuals that were actually causing the problem. And by problems, that is, let me take a step back. Problem coyotes are developed because of habituation to both human proximity and activity. And by that I mean the activity level, meaning they're used to people jogging by, they're used to people being on walking trails, they're used to people's homes being sources of either water or shelter or even food for people that leave pet food out or bird seed out, things like that. So in terms of the activity, the proximity is they get used to the fact that, well, okay, this generation I can be 50 feet away from you, the next generation learns that they can be 25 feet away from you without any sort of adverse effect. Then the third generation, suddenly they can get within 10 or 15 feet. So over time, generationally, they become more and more habituated to human activity. And that's when, once they become too comfortable around humans, is when the problems occur. And in Riverside, that is what happened over a course of a number of generations of coyotes. They started experiencing coyote versus human attacks. They contracted with this individual who came in, and the first year or two, he took out a number of problem individuals. These were the ones that were overly habituated to both human activity and proximity to homes and so forth. Once he removed those, he noticed a dramatic decrease in coyote calls and activity, to the point where in the latter part of the second year and mostly through this third year now, his behavior, his reaction in response to the public has been mostly education and advising and letting people know how they can manage individuals. And in that case, they've been very successful in Riverside in getting the public residents, the citizens of the Riverside area, to actually start hazing the coyotes that are in the area, and reinstilling in the coyote population the fact that they're not welcome and that humans are not a source of food.
What is hazing?
Hazing can be anything from yelling, waving your arms, approaching, scaring them away, spraying them with water, throwing rocks at them, things like that. And we'd have to actually, we'll probably collaborate with some of the other established programs, as well as add in some of our own to be able to establish a more comprehensive education program for the public on that specifically.
Member Sprague.
So is the first step in the recommendation to identify where we are in the stage of coyote behavior? Because I know if it's early stage, they exhibit certain habituation behaviors towards human. They can be hazed, but when it goes past that point, especially daytime activity and attacking of pets in the daytime, then we start to move to a more aggressive level where hazing and education isn't going to be effective. So is there a plan to identify, basically site inspection and evaluation of where we're at so we can select the appropriate method?
I think it would be more appropriate. We have an individual identified who's actually the president of both the Minnesota Trappers Association. He's also president of the Minnesotan Regional Chapter for Wildlife Management and Pest Control Organizations. Have him actually make that identification. I believe, I don't think that there's any dispute that we have individual coyotes who have gotten to the point where they are a problem, which is not to say that the entire population in general is at that level. But that is where the individual I spoke with in Riverside was key, in that if you can remove those key individuals that are creating the problem, the rest of the population pretty much falls in line. Because what you have is those individuals have become habituated, but perhaps either their offspring or some of the other associated individuals have not become that habituated. And once they see that habituated coyote A got a rough treatment in the first place, they might kind of get a clue that they need to back off and go after the rabbits instead of the Shih Tzu.
So it would be removal of problem coyotes followed by
have to identify
hazing, and then public education for habitat modification, and stop the feeding issues that might be addressed by ordinance.
I don't necessarily foresee this as going literally step by step by step. I think we're going to have a number of activities going on simultaneously, but part of that will be identifying the problem individuals and identifying the best and most efficient way to be able to remove those individuals. But I think we're going to be concurrently doing some other things in terms of hazing the individuals that are not yet a problem so that they don't get that way, as well as being able to educate some people in terms of what they can do with their own properties and what they can do. I spoke with an individual earlier this morning who had a sighting and given her some ideas in terms of carrying a whistle to haze, or even there's a number of products that are out right now that are canine specific. They're not pepper sprays, they're actually based more on either citronella based things or other aromatics that aggravate their olfactory senses. Pepper sprays don't really work on canids quite the same way that they do on humans. So there's a whole different family of products, but they're dispensed in a similar way. So
I have another question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I have another question. A letter came this week from a person who's actually a friend of mine on Lake Cornelia. And she spoke of a neighbor who puts food out to attract wildlife because she likes to have the wildlife come into her yard. What do we do in a case like that? Is there some enforcement that can be done? Can you knock on the door and say, please don't do that? I don't know.
right now, from an enforcement standpoint, the only ordinance that I'm aware of that we have any leverage on is 1000.12, which prohibits feeding of deer, and that revolves around the placement and amount of grain matter and so forth for deer. Now, interestingly enough, coyotes are not as carnivorous as we might think. They're fairly omnivorous. They will go after plant material. They'll also go after seeds and things like that. Insects are on their diet as well. And I believe I may have spoken with the same individual that you're referring to. And it's not just plant material that individual is putting out, and I don't have any sort of enforcement over that, and that gets into what I was speaking to in terms of some review of the ordinances that we may want to look at and possibly expand.
Member Swenson.
Residents to a particular company or something that could help them with. Have we found one that we can satisfactorily send them to that will actually move ahead with a plan? You said you wanted to potentially change some ordinances to allow people to be able to work in our city. So if we're going to have as part of our plan to send people to an outside company for help, do we have one?
The individual that I spoke with is Mike Turner. He's the president of the state organizations that I referred to. I asked him if he could put together a list of companies or individuals that would be willing to take on those contracts. And I would be more comfortable providing a list of resources as opposed to a single source.
Well, that's fine,
and,
but it was
and
before the information was, there were a lot of people that would, several companies would talk about it, but no one was willing to give a quote or maybe even come out and do it. So
right.
My fear was we'd say, well, you've got to go contract with someone, but we wouldn't even be able to give them one name. I don't need just one name. A list
Yep.
would be great, but I just want to know that we actually have a list of people that will respond and not say, well, gee, I've decided I don't do it.
Yeah, Mike Tucker is the individual that I spoke with, and I asked him to put a list together. I haven't had a chance to speak with him yet this week to see if he's had a chance to do that. But yeah, going forward, that was our expectation.
I think that's going to be one of our steps I would like to know, that we can actually fulfill it.
Yep, exactly.
I guess I'm a little unclear on that. Are we saying that we, as part of a more comprehensive coyote management program, we'd be asking residents to remove the problem coyotes in the population? Or would that be a city initiative?
Well, it would be a resource for residents that they currently have this option. It's just we would want to be able to have a list of resources that they could contact that would be willing to, under some revisions of the ordinances, that would actually remove some of the barriers to them currently taking the contracts.
But
so if, for example, a resident observes a coyote and feels that it's unwelcome and not desired in their area, but it has not yet crossed a threshold where the city would intervene, then they would have access to this list of resources that they could call, choose one of their preference, contact them, and contract them to come out and take care of the issue. As an example, right now under standard protocol, a homeowner has a right, let's say a raccoon is under their deck. Hasn't caused any problems necessarily, they're just uncomfortable having it there. They have every right as a property owner to have that coyote or that raccoon removed, and we'd like to be able to extend that same option when it comes to coyotes. But right now, because of some of the ordinance prohibitions, most of the companies aren't really willing, or they're very reluctant to take coyote contracts. Does that help clarify?
I'm still unclear on the approach. I mean, we're not going to have residents selectively have to handle this problem. Or are we talking more of a city-level coyote management program where we have a biologist come in, identify these problem coyotes, and then remove them, and then we go to a public education format where there's reporting to a central authority, whether it's your office or someone else, about new sightings, and then we continue to manage that going forward?
Initially, there's going to be a more aggressive effort on the city side.
Okay.
But I apologize. I'm thinking more globally and long term, as opposed to just the initial couple of steps. So.
What I heard you say is something different from me. I'm sorry.
Oh, I think I can. I mean, I think I can paraphrase Officer Hunter. If I've understood you correctly, what I understand is that for those that to be consistent with its approach to wildlife management, what you and Chief Longer are proposing is that if there is a coyote that has crossed the threshold, that has had some indication, not an attack on a human being, but there is the start of interaction with human beings because of that acclimation that you described having taken place, for instance, in Riverside, California, that is an instance in which the city itself will step forward
Yes.
and remove or do what it has to do to remove that animal, that key animal.
Yes.
And then the residents do have the ability in other instances where it's not an aggressive, interactive animal that's crossed that threshold to hire a wildlife management company of their choosing from possibly a list that will be assembled by the city. And do we have an idea about how long it will take to assemble that list so that that resource is available to residents?
I would presume it wouldn't be terribly long, and it would also not be an exclusive list, meaning if they have another service that they'd rather bring in, and that service is willing and capable of handling the situation, and they're willing to comply with, supplying their plan proposal to us and so forth, I would have no reason to exclude any other service that might not be on that list.
Sure.
But I think for an initial resource, having Mr. Tucker come up with that list from his member services, I think will be very beneficial, because he's familiar with all of the individuals that might be willing and are certainly capable of taking those contracts.
Sure. And
So-
third of all, then, as you combining what was said in the earlier presentation 2 weeks ago with what you are stating this evening, it appears that there may be some parts of our code that may limit some of the methods that those wildlife management firms that use. And so a third approach that you are identifying is that you will recommend some changes to the ordinances to allow wildlife management companies to use more effective methods to address the coyotes in this community.
Yep. How I envision that part is simply a process by which they can submit a plan, and we could give them an ordinance variance. For example, if they feel that doing a call and shoot on a coyote would be the most efficient way, and they have a safe field of fire, we go out, we review the area, we agree that it is a safe field of fire, and that they are capable of executing that properly, then we could give them an ordinance variance similar to what might be given to the deer management process, by which firearms could be discharged within the city limit.
And what would be the approximate timeline for the establishment of that change in process?
I don't have an expectation on that. I would like to see it done as soon as possible, but I'll be honest, I don't have familiarity with how long it would take to actually make those changes to ordinance.
Member Swenson?
I'm done.
Okay. Speaking for myself, I don't mind starting out with a somewhat conservative approach, like you're suggesting, but kind of segueing off what Member Sprague said, I personally do not see this as a private property problem. I see this as a city problem. And I think the most illustrative example of that is the email that I think we all got from Mary Polad over in Rolling Green, where she spent a significant amount of money. Maybe I was the only one that got it. She would come home and a coyote or coyotes lying in her driveway where she hardly dared get out of the car, hiring a private wildlife management service to locate the den, which they found on Mrs. Short's property, which is probably a 12-acre piece of property, being totally unsuccessful in trapping any of them, her spending a significant amount of money with no result. And to me, I do not feel that this is a private property owner problem. I think this is our problem. And I think we need to deal with this entire matter with a response plan that we effectuate, that we pay for as a city, and don't foist it off on private property owners because some coyote has a den in an adjoining piece of property or happens to meander through their yard on a food search. I just don't think that that's right. I think that part of this plan is flawed. And so I'd like to see us take this on as a city issue and not causing private property owners to be absorbing costs on this thing when it's just a fortuitous sort of circumstance with a predator that is not, in my mind, analogous to a raccoon under your deck or a rabbit den in your backyard. So those are my personal thoughts, but I'm willing to start this way and see how it goes. Maybe re-look at this in a month.
I didn't hear him saying anything different than what you just said, because to me, the coyote in the driveway that doesn't allow someone out is obviously one that's caused a problem. So I see our obligation to do that. I see as a city it would be very difficult for every coyote sighting for us to respond to, just like when we end up with skunk underneath our deck up at the cabin. I don't call the DNR up in Cass County to remove a skunk under my cabin. I call somebody else. So I think we're responding to it in a very logical way and not very dissimilar from what you want, but I just don't think as it's practical as a city that we would respond and try to take care of every coyote we see in the city. For one thing, from everything that I read that we got the last week, if you eradicate all the coyotes, all you're doing is inviting a few more to come in because you just opened up the hunting range. So I guess I think I heard him saying that our start would be more aggressive, I think, than what you heard.
Yeah, the goal is
No, I heard him. I heard
behavioral.
exactly the same thing. I understand exactly what he's saying, that there could be problem coyotes out there that we're going to deal with as a city.
Yeah.
But to subsequently deal with coyotes that are interacting with people and making it their issue, like it was a skunk under your deck, and you're dealing with actually a predator, I don't think that that's right. I think we should be dealing with the problem, not a homeowner.
But the coyotes that are dealing with people are the problem coyotes. And what I hear Officer Hunter explaining is that those will be addressed in the short term, but that seeking an eradication program, as was attempted in Riverside, California, as Councilmember Swenson states, all you're doing is opening the real estate. And so I think I appreciate the fact that I think a thoughtful analysis has been done. I think some thoughtful steps have been proposed. I think we can learn from the experience of other communities and should learn from the experience of other communities who have worked with this, and that's what I hear being proposed.
Well, Riverside, California is a vastly different community.
I read a lot of research from California as well, and there's a sequence to the brazen nature of the coyote behavior. You know, at each step they get more aggressive. And the passage after they talk about the different steps of coyote behavior change is generally the earlier in the sequence the coyote management program is initiated, the lower the amount of resources needed and the higher the chances of success in preventing attacks on humans. So we're early in this behavioral change process for the coyotes that we have observed, and now we're going to implement a coyote management program, part of which the first stage will be to remove the problem coyotes, to haze the ones that we can to reinstill the fear of humans, and then educate the public to prevent more from losing their fear of humans.
And if I may, I'm not familiar with the details of that particular email, but in those, just on a prima facie level, if I'm understanding that correctly, if they're in that close a proximity and they're not leaving the area as soon as a human shows up, those would be individuals that we'd want to take a look at to find out if indeed we need to remove them. And that would be something that would cross that threshold into where the city intervenes, if you'll pardon the expression, will intervene on our dime. But if we have an individual that sees a coyote at 100 yards and decides that that's too close, but we have no other interaction, the only knowledge that we have of that coyote is that it's actually preying on rabbits, and no other contact, no other close proximity issues, things like that, we can take a look at that and we can investigate it. But if it doesn't cross that threshold, then that would be something that I think does fall into the realm of it's wildlife that a property owner has a right to manage, but it has not yet crossed a threshold that we've agreed on. If there's a different threshold that the council thinks is more appropriate, I'm not married to any particular threshold. It's just based on what I've talked to other municipalities, Arizona, Denver, Riverside, things like that. Those generally tend to be that threshold where there's human to coyote interaction. All the studies that I've read, all the research that I've done indicates that any sort of eradication programs, they do show some short-term yields, but in the long term it does backfire because of the unique biology and reproductive nature of coyotes. So,
Mr. Mayor, the only thing I want to advise the council is that other animal management practices or other animals that get managed commonly, such as the Canada goose or white-tailed deer, those costs are much easier to predict, and because those animals are much easier to predict, and they live in groups and they can be grouped together so that they can be managed efficiently. And there's a lot of experience doing that. It is going to be really difficult for us to give you any kind of reliable cost data about what this might cost us if we determine that this is a public problem instead of a private problem. That is definitely the council's decision to make. That's your discretion. But in terms of the cost of it, I just want you to know that part of it will be difficult for us to predict.
And to dovetail with that, speaking with the DNR and any number of other communities, population data for coyotes is sparse at best and non-existent in most cases, simply because of their furtive nature and their secretive habits. So getting even a loose grip on any sort of population data is extraordinarily difficult.
All right, go ahead, Member Bennett.
I have one last question, Officer Hunter, and that is an attack on a dog viewed as having crossed the line in terms of human-coyote interaction?
That can certainly be reviewed. In my estimation, in my research, that is generally considered not crossing the threshold where a municipality would step in. And that is why I determined the thresholds where I did.
I'd like to comment on that, Member Bennett, because from my research, talking about this sequence of behavioral change, the first two stages are where hazing techniques are effective, and then after that you have to have removal. So the first two stages are an increase in observing coyotes on streets and in yards at night, and then second is an increase in coyotes approaching adults and or taking pets at night. Those are corrective, but after that they're not corrective. You have to remove the offending animal. Stage 3 is early morning and late afternoon daylight observance of coyotes on streets and in parks and yards. That's just observance of the animals, not attacks yet. 4 is daylight observance of coyotes chasing or taking pets. Is that what happened?
Mrs. Bennett.
So we're already past stage 2. Stage 5 is coyotes attacking and taking pets on a leash or in close proximity to their owners. Stage 6, coyotes seen in and around children's play areas, school grounds, and parks. And stage 7, coyotes acting aggressively towards adults during midday. So I'm not a biologist, but according to this sequence, we're already past the stage of where hazing will be effective. We need, for the limited animals that are engaging in this behavior. So we have to take steps to look at basically just establishing a coyote management practice. And the first stage is to have someone do an inspection and evaluation of the cases that have already come to pass. And my hunch is that some of the limited offenders will be taken out, and from that point forward, it's hazing and public education, maybe some habitat alterations so they don't den up, and then also changing the ordinance so that people can't feed in a way that brings them closer to human contact.
I could say with some confidence that there are some individual coyotes that need to be removed from the population to be able to kind of rebalance the situation in terms of their respect or fear of humans. I don't think that there's really any dispute in that any more than there is an issue with coyotes within all the municipalities, within all the communities of the metro area.
I think we all appreciate hearing that, and I'm sure many of our residents appreciate hearing that as well. So that's good.
I think the only debate is how and when things are handled, and that's where we've come back with the plan that we've presented here tonight.
Other questions? All right. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Next matter under special recognitions and presentations is the variance legislation presentation.
Not quite as exciting as coyotes, but I'll do what I can. Just about 1 year ago, in June, the Krummenacher decision came down. So it's about 12 months and we got some legislation. Just to review what happened, in June of 2010, the Minnesota Supreme Court overturned about a 22-year precedent on what the criteria, we thought the correct criteria for issuing a variances were. It all resolves around one sentence in the statute, what is undue hardship. The statute said, before it was amended a couple of weeks ago, that undue hardship means that the property in question cannot be put to a reasonable use without the variance. Sounds simple. It isn't. The Raoul versus Moorhead, which was the case from 22 years ago, which set the standard of what that meant, said undue hardship means a person would like to use the property in a reasonable manner prohibited by the ordinance. What the court did is not look at what you already have, but look at what you want. and if what you want is reasonable, you could grant the variance if the other criteria were met. Krummenacher, last June, the Supreme Court said the Raoul Court was wrong. It said undue hardship means the property cannot be put to any reasonable use. That means if you already have a reasonable use, you're not entitled to a variance. But that pronouncement, it was the death of variances for about 11 months. The governor signed the new legislation on May 5th, and it was I believe, every senator and every representative voted yes on this bill, which is fairly unique. And it was a combined product of all sorts of organizations. The League of Minnesota Cities led for cities. The counties were involved. The BATSE was involved. BAM was involved. And which I find interesting, one of the lead groups involved is the Automobile Dealers Association. And I've never quite understood that, but there's a story there, I guess. The major change is right now under the statute we have the criteria to get a variance. You need to show an undue hardship, which the Krummenacher Court says that you cannot put the property to any reasonable use.
Could we enlarge that a bit? It's still a bit hard to read. Thank you.
Just kind of slide it up as you work your way down.
Slide it up?
Well, just as you work your way down the list, because we're kind of, just kind of slide it that way as you go. Okay. So we're zooming in a little tighter.
The old language again was undue hardship, which the Krummenacher Court says you can't put the property to any reasonable use without the variance. So if you already had a house, that's a reasonable use of the property. You couldn't get anything more. The new language is practical difficulties. That language is lifted from the county statute. And that term is defined in the new legislation as what you want is a reasonable use of the property. So you can already have a house there, you can already have a structure there. The question is what you want reasonable? Which really goes back to the Raoul standard that was adopted 22 years ago. The second item is that the old said it must be in keeping with the spirit and integrity of the zoning ordinance, which came from the county ordinance, but now we have a new requirement that it must be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance. And if you can discern a difference there, I can't. But they changed the language. A new requirement is that it be consistent with the comprehensive plan, the variance. I don't think that is a terribly significant requirement because we had looked at that before anyway, and the courts talked about that anyway. Item 4, economic considerations alone are not sufficient. That was in the old, carried over to the new legislation. Use variances are prohibited. The same is true in the new legislation. Only one exception to that is it's called the mother-in-law apartment exception. You can have the temporary use of a single-family home as a two-family dwelling. 6, that it not alter the essential character of the locality, which is the same in the new legislation. Not a self-created hardship. Again, old and the new are the same. A slight change in the wording on the type of conditions you can impose. Under the old statute, you could impose conditions to ensure compliance and to protect adjacent properties. The new language, which was actually, for whatever reason, this was probably the most thought-over provision in the whole bill, is that for what now it says is conditions must be directly related to any and must bear a rough proportionality to the impact created by the variance. So there's a slight distinction, but I don't think as a practical matter it's really a distinction with any significance. In conclusion, for the most part, we're right back to where we were in May of 2010 before Krumanacher came down. We're right back to where we were for the most part with Raul, subject to a few wording changes.
For this, Roger, was, are you comfortable that we can now start giving variances? Because a year ago, when Krumanacher came down, we decided that we couldn't put the city or the homeowner in a difficult position by giving them a variance that couldn't be substantiated in a court. Are we comfortable now giving a variance based on this new legislation?
Absolutely.
Okay. That really, I mean, I read the change, and I felt the same thing you did, but my real main question was, you know, how should we proceed as a city from here to protect not only our residents, but the city?
There is an amendment to your zoning ordinance in the works. I believe that's right. It's been drafted anyway. That will take the new language and make some changes to conform your ordinance to the new language.
Okay. And then we'll wait for someone to challenge it somewhere in court and see what happens.
We'll find out if there's a difference between, in keeping with the spirit and integrity of the zoning ordinance compared to in harmony with the ordinance. I'll be interested to hear that argument.
So will I. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Roger? All right. Thank you, Roger, for that report. That concludes Section 5 of the agenda, special recognitions and presentations. We're going to move on to community comment. I understand there's a gentleman in the audience that wished us to reconsider a portion of the Traffic Safety Committee report of May 4th. And welcome. Thank you. And this request for reconsideration relates to Section B1, I think, which was the denial. Are you going to use the overhead? Yeah, just go to that side podium there would be good, and give us your full name and address. And
sure will. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council members. Ray Frigo, 5409 Londonderry Road in the great city of Edina. I appreciate your consideration at this late hour and reconsideration of the traffic safety report as approved. The gist of my discussion here tonight, which I'm submitting for your consideration, is summarized on the second page of the document that I passed out. Number one, the traffic study fails on several fronts to tell the story of what is happening at the intersection of Londonderry and Parkwood. It is traffic focused. It is a confusing intersection with blind spots, no room for foot or bike traffic, and multiple points of traffic convergence, which creates for a dangerous situation in my estimation. The current situation is dangerous to vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists, putting children at most risk. And I will highlight that the report, by its very nature, by virtue of city policy, prevents their consideration of the pedestrian and cycle risk in the course of the report, because it is a traffic-driven report that is required as the basis for any kind of remediation, certainly as it pertains to stop signs. So I'm not necessarily here seeking stop signs per se, but I would appreciate your consideration in terms of reviewing this intersection and considering other options that might be available. On the second slide, just in the interest of time, it shows exactly kind of the intersection in question. I would highlight here very briefly that this is the longest intersection, or longest section of road, save for Schaefer Road, which is a straight road by and large, where there's no traffic kind of intermediation. It's the longest stretch before there's a stop sign or some kind of yield sign or sharp turn that mitigates traffic. We can skip over slide 4. Slide 5, why I believe that the traffic report is flawed. Very quickly, weather impacted. This was done in our glorious spring here. We actually experienced rain and snowfall. I'll talk about more in a second. It focuses on motor vehicle and completely ignores pedestrian and cyclists in the course of the recommendation. It does not follow state and federal Manual of Uniform Traffic Code, or Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is frankly something that was communicated to me as something that was done. The city's policy, in my estimation, based on my reading of both the MUTCD and the city policy, are at odds and inherently contradictory. It also ignores the sight barriers that are real hazards, which I've got documented here as well. And despite the low indicated traffic volumes, We've had a school bus accident in this area in 2008, and the speeds recorded through the course of the traffic study kind of portion were 50 and 60 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour traffic zone. Just flipping the page real quick on slide 6, it shows the weather during the time of the study. We actually received snow, which I would suggest to you is not a typical consideration or event during the course of most of these traffic studies, but in spite of that, we recorded some very high speeds. Slide 7, we were told by the city that they had to follow state rules, and the traffic study did not show we had met the rules for a change, was the gist of what the feedback was that I got. While the MUTCD rules specifically call out that the manual should not be considered a substitute for engineering judgment, but all judgment is taken out of the equation when we come and look at the city policy, and I'll talk about that more here in a minute. In addition, safety concerns associated with multi-way stops include pedestrians, cyclists, and all road users, which were not taken into consideration through the course of this study. Lastly, the need to control left-turn conflicts was not taken into consideration in the study, and this is clearly prevalent in the situation that I've highlighted here. In addition, where there's confusion, you cannot see conflicting traffic and not able to reasonably safely negotiate the intersection, it's also a factor that's supposed to be considered as per the state guidelines on the MUTCD, which was not followed as best as I can tell. Indeed, the national guidelines on page 8 indicate the same thing. Slide 9 shows the city policy. I'm assuming you're all familiar with it. In case you're not, it says, absent engineering data which clearly indicates the need for a multi-way stop sign control devices at an intersection will remain unchanged. So by their standard, the traffic study, which was bereft of anything associated with pedestrian or cyclist traffic, which prima facie says, you know, that there's no evidence of abuse by virtue of the actual traffic indications in the report, say that he can't consider these other factors. And so in my reading of this, it's like it's inherently not following the state guideline, and it's not taking into the good judgment of resources that should be considered through the course of the assessment here. Okay. I go on in the course of this presentation, just briefly here.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry.
Mr. Figo, I've let you go over a bit. I know that you've got a lot of substantive information here. Would you let us just study this material?
I would be happy.
And then revisit the issue
I would be happy
with our
that.
staff.
That would be outstanding.
And we'll someone will get back to you and let you know about.
So I'm assuming then what you're saying is that you're going to reconsider kind of the vote of the traffic, because the traffic recommendation, as I understood it, Jack, was that you were going to defer this issue for 12 years or 11 years, something to that effect, and not take any action. Is that correct?
Well,
yeah. I'm assuming we're going to do something before 11 years is what I'm asking, Mayor.
No, we're not going to wait 11 years to deal with this. We're going to take a look at it. We'll visit with staff about it, and we'll see if there are other reasons to be addressing this intersection for some of the reasons that you articulated, other than just stop signs. I guess that's a better word.
Perfect. I mean, I think there's a range of things that can be done here. I don't think there was much originality shown in terms of kind of the options being pursued, other than just rejecting.
All right. I know the interchange you're talking about go through there oftentimes, and it's a little puzzling. So
okay.
Thank you.
I appreciate the consideration.
Yeah. Thanks for all your hard work on this. Anyone else under the concerns of residents or community comment portion of the agenda? All right, seeing no one coming forward, hearing nothing, we'll move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda. And the first matter before us is the potential rezoning of a vacant lot from R2 double dwelling unit in an R1 district. It's rezoning ordinance 850-A-36, resolution number 2011-62. Director Teague has the matter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The property in question here is located in the northwest corner of the city on Malibu Drive. It is an existing vacant lot within property that's zoned R2, which is our two-family dwelling unit district. The properties highlighted in black on the screen hold the R2 zoning. The properties in white are R1, or our single-family district. The lots highlighted in blue are PCD1, but those are single-family homes. The applicant is requesting the rezoning in order to build a single-family home on this property. Our current zoning ordinance prohibits single-family homes within our R2 zoning district. This property is unique to all of the other R2 zoning properties that are zoned R2 in that there is a stormwater line, a sanitary sewer line, and a water line that runs through this property. You can kind of make that out on the site here, but that's restricted the buildable area on this lot. Probably the main reason why this property's not been developed. When this property was platted as part of the Port Parkwood Knolls subdivision, easements were not taken over, or not, they weren't filed over those utilities. Those easements would be filed should the council approve this rezoning. It would be a 25-foot easement along the north lot line and a 10-foot easement along the south lot line. Primary issue that we considered with both staff and the Planning Commission at their last meeting is this proposed rezoning from R2 to R1 reasonable for this site. We believe that it is for 4 reasons. This is a look at the home to the south and to the north. But the single-family home would fit the character of the neighborhood. There are single-family homes to the east and again to the north. Duplexes primarily to the south of this property. Whoops. Second, the city did allow a similar rezoning request back in 1991, and it's highlighted there on the screen. Those 2 properties were rezoned from R2 to R1 for single-family homes to be built. The third thing that we looked at was a comparison of other communities. We did a survey of 15 cities and discovered that 12 of those 15 cities do allow single-family homes within their R2 or similar type zoning district. So the Planning Commission, we talked about a potential recommendation for an amendment to our zoning ordinance to allow single-family homes in our R2 district. The Planning Commission is not making that recommendation at this time. They felt that if we did that, it might cut into our affordable housing stock, that speculative builders might come in and buy up some of our R2 properties and build larger single-family homes. So they're not making that recommendation at this time, but they did mention that they would like to study it further as we're looking at our overall zoning ordinance update. Lastly, the comprehensive plan states that within this site is designated as LDA in our comprehensive plan, low density attached residential, and it does include that single-family homes could be built within this area. So the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and an amendment is not required at this time. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the request. We feel that the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan. There's similar rezoning did occur on this block. There are single-family homes to the east adjacent to the property, and this property is unique given its constraints in buildability compared to other R2 zoned lots with those utilities that run through. So with that, we're recommending approval subject to the conditions that are outlined.
And the Planning Commission, what was their recommendation?
Their recommendation was for approval.
Right. Member Swenson.
Do they lose 35.9 feet on either sides, total on either sides of their house because of easements?
That's correct.
25.7 and 10.2.
Correct.
I think that alone makes this a logical change, and I would prefer to do it as a one-of instead of in trying to change an ordinance that I think would be confusing. So I would support this.
Other questions for Director Teague at this point in time? All right, this is a public hearing. We're going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to comment or inquire regarding this matter? Hearing nothing and seeing no one coming forward, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Do we have a motion regarding this matter?
So moved.
Second.
If I may add, sorry I failed to mention that if you're comfortable with this, we'd recommend that you waive second reading.
I'm comfortable doing that. Would my second be comfortable with that?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, then the motion is to waive second.
It's been moved and seconded. We adopt the ordinance attached and the resolution approving the rezoning and waive second reading. Further discussion? Roll call. Oh, go ahead.
Just in the staff recommendation, it says if the Planning Commission believes single-family homes should be an allowed use within the R1 zoning district, recommend the City Council amend the zoning ordinance to allow them as a permitted use subject to the regulations in the R1. So are we talking about, okay.
No, it's a one-off.
Got it.
We're going to address, we may address that issue at some point in the future, but not now.
I understand.
Thank you. Good. Further discussion, questions? All right, roll call, please.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Mayor Havlin.
Aye. All right, next public hearing matter we have in front of us is the ordinance number 2011-07, a proposed ordinance amending Section 850 of the code concerning rooftop dining in a planned commercial district 2. Director Teague.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As the council recalls, back in 2010, interest was expressed by the Barrio restaurant up at 50th in France to put in rooftop dining as they were going through their remodeling of the old Coldwell Banker Burnett building. When they were getting ready to open, they were considering that rooftop dining. The owner of the condominiums to the north expressed an objection to that type of use. The ordinance, as it's written today, well, is essentially silent on rooftop dining. So we saw that as would have been a permitted use. At that time, the council adopted a moratorium and asked staff and the Planning Commission to study and consider how rooftop dining should be regulated within the city. Of particular concern was parking at the 50th and France area. Again, the current code simply permits rooftop dining, similar to our outdoor dining. No additional parking is required for outdoor dining today. So the Planning Commission and staff considered three options. First, to prohibit this kind of use. Second, to allow as a permitted use to continue on as the code exists today. Or third, which is the recommendation of the Planning Commission, to allow this use as a conditional use, as a conditionally permitted use. Subject to review and approval both by the Planning Commission and City Council. Specific conditions would need to be met along with that. Since that time, Barrio has completed their remodeling and they're not interested in rooftop dining at this time. So the ordinance before the council allows rooftop dining as a conditionally permitted use in our PCD2 zoning districts. That would include the Grandview area here on the west side of Highway 100, the 50th and France area, and the Edina interchange area off 77th. There's that little strip center down there with the subway and Eddington's. That's on PCD2. So a quick summary of the ordinance that's before you. Rooftop dining is defined within our definitions section. Parking is now required for rooftop dining or outdoor dining or a combination of the two when it exceeds 20% the floor area of the restaurant that it's associated with. That addresses some of the parking issues that we wrestled with. We had a presentation by Director Houle, and we looked at some of the old 50th and France parking arrangements. The conclusion was we're at near capacity down there, so we thought that we should require additional parking for more intensification of outdoor dining areas. Currently in the city, all of our outdoor dining does not exceed that 20% threshold. So by adopting this ordinance, no existing outdoor dining establishments would become non-conforming. Conditions that are listed in the proposed ordinance, again, the rooftop dining has to be accessory to an indoor restaurant within the same building. They may not have kitchen facilities or a permanent beverage bar on the roof. A 50-foot setback is required to R1 and R2 districts. Hours of operation would be limited to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. The council could further restrict those hours depending on the circumstance as part of the conditional use permit. Amplified sound may not be audible from adjacent property. No storage or food, beverage storage could take place on the roof. It must be screened from R1 and R2 lots, and fencing is required around the outdoor or the rooftop dining per state building code. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission is recommending that you accept first reading of the ordinance before you. Subject to any changes or suggestions that you may have, we could bring that back for second reading. Or if you're comfortable tonight with the ordinance that's presented, we could waive second reading. With that, I'll turn it over to the council for questions.
Questions for Director Teague. Member Bennett first.
Yes, thank you. Director Teague, in your very thorough and complete staff report and attachments, one of the things included is a chart that compares the code of different cities. First question is, can you tell me, please, what the status of outdoor/rooftop dining is in our PCD1 smaller business districts, and also PCD3, which I believe is the Southdale, and then also the MDD 5 and 6, which represents South Centennial Lakes area?
The rooftop dining would not be allowed in the PCD1 district or the PCD3 district. It would only be PCD2. Within the MDD districts, and I'll double check in the code here, but I believe those do roll over into the MDD district, so they would potentially be available there through a conditional use permit, but I'll double check that here.
That would be something I'd appreciate clarification on. Also, what is the rationale for permitting it in PCD2 but not PCD3?
Trying to think back on our discussions, we'd had a brief discussion on that. I don't think that we saw a potential for rooftop dining in our PCD3 districts, being that there's plenty of room down there within that district, but that's, if the council believes that would be a acceptable use down there, we could certainly make that change.
I'm not sure the issue is, or the desirability rests simply on square footage. And then back to that chart, you referenced the city of Bloomington having a 100-foot setback to residential and the city of Minnetonka having a 200-foot setback to residential, but this recommendation contains a setback of 50 feet only to R1 or R2, and I followed the discussion of the Planning Commission with respect to limiting it only to those residential zoning. Could you please tell me whether in Bloomington and Minnetonka that residential term refers to only to R1 and R2, or does it refer to all residential?
Yeah, that's my recollection, that it's the lower density single-family zoning districts.
That's something else I would really appreciate information and clarification on. A third question is that we have spent some time back with the Planning Commission at a joint meeting when they were undertaking this zoning code revision in response to comply to the new comprehensive plan. One concern or issue that was identified, but on which I have not seen anything come forward, is the question of lighting. It's my understanding that our city lighting standard is actually in excess, sometimes by multiples of what is permitted in other cities. And I think that poses environmental issues as well as a property rights balance issue. And so I'm concerned where, again, with the question of lighting, I thought I saw it addressed, but again, if it's limited to what we have today, my concern is that could easily set up some conflicts between rooftop dining and adjacent uses.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. We didn't discuss lighting, so there is no provision within here, and you're right, it would roll back to our existing standards, which you're absolutely correct. Compared to other cities, we allow a lot of light. That's on our bucket list.
The Planning Commission has not yet begun a discussion on that point?
That's correct.
Okay.
We intend to get to that, but we have not yet.
Sure. Just two questions more. On the hours question, I note that it is proposed to permit rooftop dining beginning at 7 o'clock in the morning. I note that in one of the articles that you attached from a community where this was proposed, I think it might have been a failed proposal, but the restaurant itself, I think, was proposing to begin service no earlier than noon. How did we end up with a proposal that would permit service at 7 o'clock in the morning?
It was essentially following our noise regulations, and then we put the provision in depending on the distance from, it could be looked at on an individual case-by-case basis through the conditional use permit where we could further restrict those hours.
And this is the noise ordinance on which we recently received a letter of concern from a resident who's had problems with it for the last 4 summers, and her kids can't sleep in the morning because there's construction noise at 7. Okay. And then my last question concerns the parking, and that is what is the rationale for the formula? How did we end up with those numbers, and how do you anticipate them working?
Yeah, we wrestled with that percentage. We took a look at some of our existing outdoor dining facilities and didn't want to put any into nonconformity or have them becoming nonconforming use. So we kind of used that as the threshold, something a little above that. That's essentially, we talked about 50%, 40%, what's the magic number? We settled in on 20% as a starting point for.
I'm sorry, I do have one additional question that isn't actually before us, but as I was reading through these materials, it occurs to me that the assessment, if I'm correct, is based on square footage. It's not based on the type of use in the 50th and France area.
Correct. Right.
And yet, we know from historical information that restaurants, in fact, place more demand on the parking facilities.
Correct.
Has anyone studied the issue of whether it is fair to businesses in the area to continue the practice of assessment based on square footage, particularly given the ongoing complaints about parking and circulation?
We have not. We've talked about the issue of fairness in terms of, is it fair to tell one property owner they can't put a restaurant in down at 50th and France when right next door they were able to do that. So that was what we struggled with, that issue.
Member Swenson?
In the first page, when you're talking about 20% in area of the square footage of the principal indoor restaurant, what does the word principal mean? Does it include the kitchen? Does it include, Mary's smiling, so she obviously read that word too. What exactly is that when you're figuring out percentage?
We were taking that to mean the entire restaurant, so that would include kitchen also.
And storage areas and walk-in refrigerator, and how is that significant to the number of seats they have in the restaurant, though? It's not really what they can serve, it's how big they are. I find that in their bar space and I find that a little bit, I don't know, I don't have a huge comfort level of measuring it that way, to be honest.
Yeah, thinking about future enforcement of this ordinance, we may want to tighten that up so it's clearly understood.
And so obviously they could opt not to have any outdoor seating other than the rooftop and put all their seating up on the rooftop, correct?
Correct.
And if MDD can have it, then what happens to a building like Pinstripes?
Well, that wouldn't be considered rooftop. That would be your outdoor dining. They would be, if they exceeded.
They have a rooftop.
I
don't know what it looks like. I've never, but I drove by it today to look at it to make sure that parking actually wasn't over it, because I didn't think it was, and it isn't.
Yeah, if they were to propose rooftop dining up there, I would expect they would go over the 20%. Thinking back on that project, they probably exceed our parking requirements there.
They got 2 floors of seating, though. They have a huge ballroom area. They have a huge amount of seating. Even if you told them you couldn't count the kitchens, they have an enormous amount of seating when you go to their upstairs ballroom.
I think it's 17,000 square feet on each floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe they wouldn't exceed that 20%.
Yeah, they might not. So that's, part of what we do when we look at ordinance changes like this. We look at what we currently have, because we can't always imagine what could happen. And think about, well, what happens if they decide they want this, or, And so that was kind of the first one I went to, because that's the one we kind of negotiated, bocce ball and bowling, and, so now do we have Brits South, and what does that do? I noticed on some of the other ordinances that you had looked at, they actually looked like they prevented special events from happening, that you could have just your normal dining up there, but if you wanted to have a wedding party or something that tends to get a little bit louder and more raucousy, et cetera, because people aren't just sitting at tables having quiet conversation, that you had to have a special permit or something for that. That kind of interested me too, because I didn't know how comfortable I was with just saying, well, you can dine, you can have special events, you can have corporate events, you can have weddings. I thought, well, really? Is that what we want?
Yeah, we didn't talk about a special permit for those types of uses. We just talked about in terms of they felt those were uses that would be appropriate there.
See, part of it is if you open the can of worms, it's hard to pull back the can of worms. I would rather roll out the can of worms slowly if we're going to do this. And if it's working and we can add some worms, I'm okay with that. But to allow everything kind of right outside of the blocks when we've been really careful with our liquor license and our ability not to have raucous groups at night, and even the pinstripes discussion talked about that. This just maybe doesn't do it for me.
Right, I could speak with our health department and put together some language that would require some type of a special use permit for those types of events, or are you thinking that we just strike that language?
Maybe for now we strike the language, but I'm still concerned with, what happens at a pinstripes, how are we measuring the square footage? So I guess I'd like some more information before I even vote on this the first time, to be honest, but that's just me.
Thank you. Member Brindle and then Member Sprague.
I have a couple, we are describing the space that defines the number of parking places needed as floor area ratio, and we're also describing it as square footage of the principal indoor restaurant. Now, does either include the kitchen? Is that just seating area? What's included in that FAR or square footage, and are they the same?
Yeah, I think that the direction I heard is we want to clarify that at a next reading for specifically what that is.
Okay, that's really where I was left, is what's one and what's the other. In the Planning Commission meeting, Michael Schroeder was asking a question, and I thought it was a good one. In outdoor dining, we are defining hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. for rooftop, but we have no hours for patio or sidewalk. Why define hours for one and not the other?
Well, we don't require a conditional use permit. It's simply a permitted use, outdoor dining, patio level style.
That's all I had. Oh, just one other clarification.
Sure.
And that is, at 50th and France, even if Barrio has the space to do this within the 20%, 50th and France is overparked already, therefore they wouldn't be, this would be denied. Would that be true?
Correct. The proposal that we saw covered the entire roof, and they would have been required to provide additional parking. Correct.
Member Sprague.
Planner Teague, number 3, it says amplified sound audible from adjacent property is prohibited. How is that measured and how is that enforced?
That would be on a complaint basis, essentially. We'd go out to the site and make sure that the speakers couldn't be heard from adjacent property.
So that would be 50 feet.
No, I'm seeing that as right on the adjacent property line. The speakers shouldn't be able to be heard from.
Why even allowed amplified sound? I mean, there's not very many speakers you can play that are going to be not audible from the adjacent property. I mean, if we're looking to do a more controlled rollout of this provision, to me that just sets up a conflict that can't be. It makes it not usable. So why even make that promise for use?
Yeah, we did originally have it drafted that way. No amplified sound. But they came to the conclusion, the Planning Commission, that we didn't want to prohibit real soft type music. something that's not going to be disturbing to neighbors. They wanted to provide that opportunity.
This also came up at Pinstripe. So if a complaint is registered, then what's the repercussion? Are they precluded from that point on from having any amplified sound, or how many chances do they get to conform?
Yeah, if they would continue to be in violation of that provision, if we're called out there several times, we could bring it back to the council for consideration of revoking that conditional use permit.
Okay. I'm just wondering how do we want to set ourselves up to do that, be regulating at a council level amplification of sound? I don't know if there's a better way to handle this other than not allowing it in the beginning, but there's got to be a better way to if you're going to allow it, to have an enforcement mechanism that doesn't allow ad hoc decisions by the council. So do you have any recommendations on that?
Well, from a staff enforcement, it's a pretty easy one to enforce for us. Either can hear it or you can't. We don't even have to rely on a decibel reading. It's not supposed to be audible from adjacent property.
Every night you're going to call.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of, Mayor. I mean, I'm afraid of getting a lot of complaints, and then we're putting a lot of time in administering the ordinance. So I actually I like Member Swenson's idea of rolling this out in a more controlled fashion. We want to allow Eat Street to be successful and to have some new restaurant uses, but I would take out amplification. I would redefine the principal indoor restaurant space. I would address lighting for sure. I know that the Planning Commission is working on ordinance revisions, but they will be. So this is a hot topic. That's all I'm saying. So that could be addressed, and then I would also support allowing the receptions and special events by permit only. I think that would be a prudent way to roll this out.
There's one line that you have under discussion, that the rooftop dining area shall be handicap accessible. Is that,
That's a building code requirement. It wouldn't need to be specifically written into this ordinance.
Okay.
That's a requirement of the building code either way.
Okay, it was one of the discussion points. Because I was imagining the cost of putting in an elevator, which would be the only way I can imagine it would be handicap accessible. A ramp would be rather difficult.
That's been the primary reason why we don't see rooftop dining in Edina today. They have had a hard time meeting that standard in the building code. Barrio was able to do it.
Member Bennett, you have some follow-up?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm done.
Oh, okay. I remain concerned about the 50 feet. That's the width of a lot in our narrower lot parts of town, and I know how concerned people are with what happens in terms of height and mass and everything next door, and that's next door. That's a front, less than our standard lot width across. I'm also still curious to know what Minnetonka and Bloomington, which have, I believe, larger commercial areas than we do, why they set that limit at 100 and 200 feet, and again, what they mean when they're referring to residential. I'm concerned with hours of operation beginning at 7 a.m. in the morning, particularly 50 feet from somebody's home, or 50 feet plus whatever the setback is, 5 or 10 foot side yard setback. 10 p.m. I am less concerned about, although, again, looking at some of those articles, I think 10 p.m., at 50 feet, 10 p.m. is late. The farther you go, I think the more leeway there is, but if we're going to put somebody right next to housing, and this is, again, just R1 and R2, I know that we have encouraged residential in mixed-use areas. We want to create mixed-use areas. However, then I think that creates new issues and new needs to balance. And one of the things I noted in the articles that were included in this packet was how many times the objections were coming not from single-family homeowners, because all of these proposals were from commercial areas, but they were coming from apartment dwellers and from condominium dwellers who were concerned that people were going to be looking in their second-floor bathrooms. So I appreciate the work that's gone into it so far, but I don't think we're close yet.
Yeah, you're not close with me either. I mean, my fellow council members have raised some great issues. I worry most, I guess, right now about 50th and France. 50 feet, as Member Bennett said, is nothing. There's still probably a third of the condominiums left to be sold down there at 5,000 francs, all in the $1 million range. This would put a chill on that ability to sell. I think that would be permanent in nature. And for resale, I think it would be very, very difficult. The Edina interchange area, I've got some more comfort down there, and maybe even the Grandview district, depending on how that small area plan study goes. Member Bennett asked you about the MDD districts, and so MDD 5, as I recall, is Centennial Lakes. And the discussion evolved around pinstripes. Member Swenson brought that up. That was a real interesting issue. Now we have water for sound to travel down from a rooftop potentially. I also, from a sort of technical standpoint, don't understand what kitchen means. You know, it can't have a kitchen facility up there. Does that mean they can't have a microwave, or they can't, you know, I don't know exactly what that means. I don't like the notion that you can do rooftop dining if you meet it on if you meet these conditional use requirements, because when we have no power to do anything but give it to them if they meet all of the uses that are in place. So I don't know if there's some other way to deal with this on a case-by-case basis, but the idea of using a conditional use permit where we're basically locked in once we create an ordinance gives me a high level of discomfort. I am sensitive to the notion that things could change on the Minneapolis side, and with a 20-foot setback, you know, you could have, and the sale of Pearson's, for example, to a restaurant bar that has a beer emphasis. I could see where, you know, there could end up being outdoor dining within a half a block of some of these folks in Edina that we're sensitive to. Yeah, Ann Taylor Loft is even a better example, right across the street. So, would we want to put our folks at a competitive disadvantage? No, I don't think we would. But balance that against the 50-foot issue with all those residences right there, and boy, I'm just left kind of spinning on what to think about here.
Mayor, isn't there sound travel right now, though, from the patio dining? I mean, there's no restriction on time, so, I mean, that noise is going somewhere as well, and there's not as much concern about that. I mean, I just wonder if we're, you know, being overly restrictive on a potential future use.
That's a good point.
We have patio dining, they're clinking their, and it's controlled, and that's why when we're talking about restricting this to dining only, you know, in certain hours, to me, I look at patio dining and the noise it can cause all the way up to how late do they open, 1 a.m.?
Well, they can serve liquor up there, too.
So
it's not just
I don't want to make it too tight that it's not a useful ordinance either.
The question that you raise as to how does sound travel from a second floor of a building as opposed to the street level, where does it travel? It's an interesting one. I don't know the answer to that. That's another thing that is probably worth getting some information on.
I have a kind of a case in point. We have a steep hill behind us, and there is a large house with several levels of deck on the back of that house. And I can sit on our deck and I can hear their telephone conversation. I can't hear them talking in their yard because there are trees between us. But on their decks, they're above the trees. And so that's what I'm saying, is that it travels differently from up there. So I think it may. And you're away from the wash. You're away from the wash of the street noise. Whether there are a lot of cars or a few cars, that tends to just be a wash. And that's where the amplified sound comes in. That provides part of the wash that just kind of mixes the sound up.
Kind of the white noise.
Yeah, it is.
In this packet, is there a kind of a mapping of the noise shed, the 50 feet around, some predicted, 50th and France locations for these rooftop dining?
From a
impact area, things like that.
Right. We haven't opened it yet. We're just still asking questions. Yeah.
Is there any mapping? Okay, nothing in the packet about that, because that would be interesting to see what properties lie within the 50 feet boundary.
Legally, we adopted a moratorium on July 6, 2010. How long can that moratorium remain in force?
The short answer is there's legislation pending right now that would make moratoriums effectively, you wouldn't have many anymore.
Obviate moratorium.
There's going to be a moratorium on moratoriums.
Basically. But right now, my recollection is you will not be able to extend this. So
What's the expiration date?
There are certain conditions under which you can do it if you need to get approval from someone else. I'd have to look at the ordinance.
I was just thinking when we were looking at doing it before, I think it was a moratorium when we were looking at the historical district and country club.
They've changed the moratorium statute about 5 or 6 times. So
okay, and I'm sure you're more
and
recent than I am. That was when I was on planning, and that was at least 6 years ago.
And they're just about ready to do it again.
Okay.
Let's, someone suggested we open the public hearing, I think Member Swenson. Let's do that, and then let's come back to more council discussion. We're opening this matter up. It is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to comment or inquire regarding this matter? Taking testimony, seeing no one coming forward, and hearing no one opining that they wish to testify, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second, we close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Can I recommend
Carried.
something? Can we go one by one and say where we are on this and what questions that we would want answered if they aren't in the packet or that we haven't already?
That's good. That would provide some clarification, I think. There's a sense of it, I think, amongst the council members and the staff.
I thought we should be a little bit clearer.
But we could be a little bit clearer.
Is that clear enough? Clear enough?
So.
Pretty clear? Okay.
Yeah. In terms of my comfort level on the distance, I'll tell you it's 200 feet. I like the Minnetonka ordinance.
And that would be from any residential zoning district?
Any R1, R2 district.
Well, then that wouldn't, the condominiums are zone PCD 2. So would it be any residential use? That was the way. That was where we started from.
Yeah, that would be okay. So condominiums are PCD 2.
Yep.
So any residential use. I mean, that's my personal feeling. 200 feet from any residential use. Other folks may feel differently, but that's my thought.
Well, I think we've got a pretty good balance. We've always had this balance of commercial interwoven with residential. I don't want to risk that balance. I don't want to impair that balance. The Haugen project is the first housing right in the commercial area, rather than the project on Halifax and the one on 51st Street. So I would favor rolling it out in that way. If some anticipated problems don't arise, then the distance possibly could be decreased going forward. But it would be very unlikely to be increased going forward should problems arise.
Would you also tell us what the other MDD districts are, if you can recall?
I did look at the ordinance, and this would not roll into the MDD districts, so rooftop dining would not be allowed in those districts.
Okay.
So then we're back to the
PCD
3, Grandview 77th in the commercial area, not the east side, well, yeah, and then 50th in France, but that has a parking.
Correct.
Could we,
I guess I disagree with 200 feet. I think it's too restrictive. Why even waste our time in putting this in force when you're not going to be able to use it at 50th and France, 200 feet. can be very difficult. I would favor something more. I actually have no problem with the 50 feet. I think the other suggestions made earlier by council would be something I would support, addressing the lighting, the special events permit. So we're really restricting this to patio-type dining, which already exists on 50th and France on the street with no time limitation. So that's my position.
Favor that 50 feet at 7 o'clock in the morning?
I think if we're going to allow them to have patio dining for breakfast, then yeah, they can have rooftop dining for breakfast at 7 a.m. If they're not playing music, I already said I don't favor having any amplification, just because you set up those conflicts, and then we don't want them to come back here every time there's an issue to have another council vote.
There's another issue with whether you define residential openly or whether you define it as limited to R1 and R2, and that includes the screening.
I think
because according to what's proposed, there's no screening required from, for instance, the condominiums
I
at 50th
think
and France.
openly makes more sense because we're concerned about the residences being impacted by this. So, in which case the condos would be protected.
In other words, screened from existing residential.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's impossible, though, over there from a practical standpoint. At 50th and France, most of the condominium units would be looking down on the roof of the facility of the barrio. So screening makes no sense.
Pergolas.
Unless you talk about a screen over the top of the thing.
No, I'm talking about pergolas, which aren't a total screen.
We're not talking about 12 months of the year here either. We're talking about summer months. So it is somewhat restricted, but let's allow for some commerce to develop, in a new direction as well. I'd like to do it before it pops up across the street and then we have to react. Let's try to.
Frankly, I'd rather react, but because I don't like the idea of it. But I don't mind the idea of it at Grandview District, theoretically, and Edina Interchange, theoretically. I do not like the idea of it at 50th and France, so to the extent it could be an issue that we deal with at a subsequent date at 50th and France, I wouldn't mind that, personally, based on what's happened with the lack of sales of all those condominiums and the difficulty I think we would cause for the developer in getting those condominiums sold by virtue of having rooftop dining down there.
Is there a way to take comment from the interested parties down there, both the condominium owners and the business owners? Or has that process already? Okay, I see everyone showed up for this.
But we're just talking about the existing restaurants there. We have other buildings that could become restaurants up there. We've got a parking issue up there. Why exacerbate it by adding this amount of seating?
Well, and what I'm sitting here with the words on my tongue are, it's just, is this a compatible use in a high-density area? This is both high-density commercial and residential at 50th and France. And all we can do is control the use and the property value of those areas that are in Edina. We can't control what Minneapolis does. And then you've got other areas where rooftop dining could very well come into play in the in the other districts. And if it does, great. If it doesn't, fine. But there, it's not as high density, and it's particularly in the Grandview area. The redevelopment can be done with this in mind, even. But I actually think that once this gets tightened, 50th and France is not a consideration anyway. Not unless we can add more parking. I mean, you can't have any rooftop dining at 50th and France because you can't park those additional people.
Our engineering department is already doing traffic studies or expansion studies at 50th and France. I've met with 2 building owners down there who are really concerned about the lack of parking capacity.
Mm-hmm.
There's discussions about tearing ramps down, rebuilding ramps, and trying to increase capacity. So, I mean, we would really, in my opinion, exacerbate the situation by allowing rooftop dining down there. It would become opening the floodgates for bar activity, frankly.
Yeah, and looking at the number of rooftop restaurants that have opened up in Minneapolis, there are 5 new ones in 5 years. So they're about 1 a year that they're getting in downtown Minneapolis. Whether that is a rooftop restaurant that is added to an existing establishment, or it's a new establishment that comes in, remodels, and adds a rooftop to that place. And I was kind of looking at what the square footage is, what the comments are, what the screening is. But all of these are in high-density restaurant areas. So the closest to housing is Loring Park. And that I suppose you could argue it's a 50th and Francis kind of place. But Loring Park is Loring Park. And that's a unique place that kind of anything goes. And this 50th and France is not. It's very much not. And so that's really my opinion. I see this as a distinct possibility. 50th and France naturally eliminates itself currently, and I would favor expanding the distance because 50 feet's too close. I mean, that's the time of the year that people are on the rooftop is the time of the year people are sitting on their terrace in the evening. And so is that a compatible use? Not for me personally. So just looking at it from that standpoint, it would be a concern for me. And therefore, I have to think it's going to be a concern for others. So I would go for 100 feet is what I would go for, just in the compromise. But certainly if we had 200 to go, that would be great.
What about, let me ask a question from a legal standpoint, Roger. Could you have something like this apply in PCD2 and exempt one of the PCD2 areas, neighborhoods?
That would be very problematic. There's a provision in 462-357 that says the requirements throughout the district must be uniform.
Another procedural question. If, given the issues that have been raised, the number of them and the type of them, and given the deadline or the expiration of the moratorium, June 30th, 2011, right, is it possible to go forward not permitting them if we can't do a moratorium, and then we can always arrive at an agreeable, whether it's through CUP or whatever regulatory mechanism, but I just don't think we're there. We're not there yet. And to try to craft something hurriedly, I think we risk whatever image, cans of worms or whatever we want to use. But we risk, I think, creating a lot of problem.
I don't think that's the tradition of this council either. I mean, we study things, we take our time, and arrive at a thoughtful approach, and that, to me, probably wouldn't be the worst of all solutions for the moment.
The answer to your question is yes.
Okay.
Right, that's what I was thinking too, is that for our first meeting in June, bring forth an ordinance that bans rooftop dining. Is that what you're saying, member?
Yes, I am. That's
the only thing I want to look at is what the legal notices that went out on the amendment said. But I'm fairly confident that you can do it in that time frame.
Okay, we'll count on your advice on that issue.
And I'd also point out that if someone comes in for a building permit, it takes some time to process that, and so I think we can get the job done.
Do you want us to act on any particular item in front of us tonight, other than the discussion that we've had?
I think that's sufficient. The instructions, as I'm hearing, you want an ordinance brought back prohibiting rooftop dining.
Okay.
Correct. All right. So I think from a process standpoint, Member Swenson's asking, do we need to lay this over since it's on our agenda, or do we just disregard this with the directive that you come back with an ordinance that bans rooftop dining?
I would suggest you not act on it tonight. You just table the matter for now, because we want to use this as the ordinance vehicle to ban it.
All right.
Which has already gone through.
Then I move that we table this matter tonight.
I second.
Moved and seconded that we table ordinance number 2011-07, item number 7B, indefinitely. Further discussion?
Mayor, so in terms of the planning commission work, do we do we have them try to come back with something different in the future, or is this off the table indefinitely? I mean, they've spent this time trying to craft the ordinance. Do we want to go back and have them rethink it based on our comments and come back with a recommendation in the future? That still doesn't preclude us from going forward with a ban, because we have to act in a timely fashion on the moratorium.
I certainly would favor contemplation of it in the Grandview study, in the small area plan, and that might give us the information that we've been asking about tonight.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about coming back with a further recommendation.
I think if we'd like to do that, we should just keep it here and deal with it ourselves instead of sending it back to them, because we've got a multitude of thought going on here with no clear majority opinion as to direction.
I got an idea.
Member Swenson?
How about at sometime in the future, when it works with our schedule, that we have a work session with planning to sit down and talk about what our concerns are about this. This gives us a really great opportunity, I think, to work with Planning Commission, and they spent a lot of time, Carrie spent a lot of time on this, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
And in dissing this tonight, I don't want you to ever think that the time that you guys put in and planning put in didn't count for something, because it did. But maybe this is one of those situations where...
Segue to another conversation.
Right, but also some of the things that we're not comfortable with, they need to know about. And then that helps them be better commissioners. It helps us understand what their thought process is and yours. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I think that work session could be tied in with talking about lighting and some of the
Right.
other planning elements that we've been discussing up here that are of concern.
So I think I would wait till that kind of work session could be planned. I know we get kind of a tight schedule, and it might not be till next fall, but at least we've dealt with the issue with the ban on it, and then we can take our time so that everyone's more comfortable.
Sure.
Okay. We've got a matter in front of us for tabling. Any other discussion, comment? All those in favor of tabling this matter as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Look forward to that conversation with the Planning Commission. I think it was a good idea. All right, we have no more public hearings. We're into the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. First matter is dealing with vacancies on the Arts Center Board, the Heritage Preservation Board, and the Park Board. And Deb, do you want to take this matter?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor, council members, recently I received an email from Frida Terry, who you had appointed to the Arts Center Board, and in discussion with staff at Arts Center Board, she became aware of when their meetings were, and she was not available to meet at that time ever. So she sent me an email saying she would like to be submitting her resignation. Unfortunately, Chris Raffadal on the Heritage Preservation Board is taking a very active role in the Grandview area plan. There's lots of meetings. Chris travels as part of his profession, and he feels that he had to make a choice. Something had to give, and he decided that since he was close to being term limited in the Heritage Preservation Board, it would be now timely for him to drop that commitment in the intensity of the other Grandview plan. And unfortunately, I'm very sad to report that David Deeds was appointed in February to the Park Board and missed the March, April, and May meetings, so I sent him the letter accepting his resignation and telling him in the future if he felt his schedule would permit, he could reapply. And I included in my memorandum all of those persons who have been interviewed and applied with the various areas that they've indicated their interest in, and I await your direction of how to proceed.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. It appears to me in reviewing the information that we actually do not have an applicant remaining for Arts Center Board. There is an applicant named, but she did not indicate a preference at all for Arts Center Board. She applied only for Community Health Committee. Yes.
She's marked for Arts Center Board.
I looked at her application. She didn't apply for Arts Center Board. I mean, yeah, only for Community Health Committee. Similarly, we have one applicant indicated for Heritage Preservation Board, but he did not apply for Heritage Preservation Board. He applied for a number of boards and commissions, 5, and Park Board was his third choice. And that is Mr. Hauser at the bottom of the grid on the first page. So we have 2 applicants for Park Board on the first page, none for either Arts Center Board or Heritage Preservation Board. On the back page, again, no applicants remaining for Arts Center Board, no applicants remaining for Heritage Preservation Board, and there is an applicant for Park Board. His application is under the Construction Board of Appeals column, Mr. Stevenson, but actually he applied for Park Board. So that gives us 3 applicants for Park Board, none for either Arts Center Board or Heritage Preservation Board. Also looking at the quadrants of residence of our current Park Board members, we have 4, with the resignation of Jennifer Kenny, who is from the Northeast Quadrant, we still have 4 members of the Park Board from the Northeast Quadrant. We have now 3 members of the Park Board from the Northwest Quadrant, including new appointment Susan Jacobson. We have 1 Park Board member from the Southeast Quadrant, and he has been the only member from the Southeast Quadrant for quite a while. And we have 1 Park Board member from the Southwest Quadrant, Louise Segreto, and Mr. Deeds, I believe, was a resident of the Southwest Quadrant. So with that information, my recommendation would be to look at those applicants remaining who've applied from either the Southeast or Southwest Quadrant. They include Mr. Giesecke, have I pronounced that correctly, from the Southeast Quadrant.
I thought it was Geske. Is it Gies?
There's an
Geske,
E.
isn't it?
There's an E between the S and the E and the K.
Yeah, I see that, but I think it's pronounced Geske.
That's how he pronounced it when he was with us.
Okay. I stand corrected or sit corrected. In any event, Mr.
Don't be so technical.
Okay. And Mr. Hauser is a resident of the Southwest Quadrant, and then the remaining applicant is a resident of the Northeast Quadrant, from which so many of our current Park Board members currently come.
And put him back on and just be, I mean, he had some really specific qualifications when he interviewed that made us want him to be in that spot. And we've allowed other people that ability if they would like to reapply. Can't we just ask him?
I believe we can, and I believe, we've done that, a similar action before?
We did on the Energy and Environment Commission just on
Right.
the last go-around.
And then I would say for the other 2, because we don't have openings, we have one of 2 choices. What we've done previously is if it was a little bit later in the year, we just waited until we re-noticed this in the late fall, and then we filled them. If you feel that these openings for the next 6 months are too much, then I guess we would re-notice and re-interview, or because we don't really have anyone that's interviewed. My recommendation is that we probably would wait until we re-interviewed in the beginning of the year, but, you know.
I think we should leverage the assets that are out there, and if we reopen this, couldn't we do a subcommittee to interview and then recommend back, kind of like you did with the student members?
I think we have to be specific that we only have, and we would want to know about Mr. Deeds, maybe. I mean, if you're re-interviewing for the 2 that are opening, are you re-interviewing for Park Board?
Well, the way that we did it last year, and I looked at all the records, is that I believe that the latest appointment last year was made sometime in May, possibly in very early June. When we got to June and July, and there was another, I believe, resignation from the Energy and Environment Commission, so I believe it was mid-June, when the chair of that commission specifically asked that that position be left open. And so one thing that we could do is contact the chairs of the Arts Center Board and the Heritage Preservation Board and ask them whether or not at this time they are short-staffed or not. and ask them what they prefer that we do. If we wish to re-advertise, I see no reason why we could not do so, publish the openings. But I also don't see why it would be necessary. I think we could interview as a body. Either we've added extra meetings at 4 and 4:30, and so I believe that we could probably accomplish it in the context of a regular meeting night if we needed to. And also, I agree with Member Swenson that given Mr. Deeds' skill set and how
We've treated other people.
How helpful that would be, those skills would be, I would believe it would be consistent to contact him and ask what his intentions are.
Here's another idea. What, with respect to these vacancies that we would not, that the Arts Center Board specifically and the Heritage Preservation Board, what if we recruited interim appointees that were formerly on those boards that were term limited, see if we can find someone to serve on an interim basis only, and then re-advertise in the winter when we do the rest of our advertising for the other boards and commissions. That way we could quickly fill these spots without having to go through a formal interview process. We get some people back in there that are experienced, and they can help out for 6 months. That's basically what you do. Ask them to help out for 6 months. They're ready to go.
I guess the first thing that I would do is to contact the chairs of the respective commissions, though, because they know what their workload is and how people are working together at present. And I think groups have group dynamics, and again, I think we would be acting on precedent if we asked for their advice and opinion.
Can I recommend that we deal with the park board issue as to whether we have an opening or not before the next meeting? And if there's an reapplication, then we can reappoint if we choose to. And then for the other 2 openings, I suppose we can get some information from those 2 commissions. Are you comfortable?
No, I'm not comfortable not appointing in May one member to Arts Center Board and one member to Heritage Preservation Board. Even if the workload isn't there, still we're trying to create opportunities for people to get engaged in the city business. If a chair told me in March we don't need 2 people for the rest of the year, I would say, well, that's great, but we still want to have people engaged in the business of the city. So I think it's important enough that we have full commissions. Everyone that stood in line to try to get on these various commissions spent their time to do that, and in respect of the time of the residents and our desire to leverage what they have to offer, I think we would be remiss not to fill them.
Recommending that we go back to all the people who applied and did not get appointed and ask them if they want to serve on this commission that they didn't indicate they were interested in at the time?
No, I would recommend just publishing the 2 positions, and as you said before, one of our work sessions, look at how many.
Interview.
Yeah, we do it, it's 7 minutes. So, yeah, we make our decisions on a consensus basis pretty easily. And then with respect to Mr. Deeds, I think we would see if he is, talk about the reappointment, since he has that specific skill set. He's already been interviewed, and we've done that in the past.
Well, and then I guess I would say if Mr. Deeds isn't interested, we do have 2 people that indicated they are interested from the original ones, and we always said that we would go back and reappoint. We would appoint from the original list until we didn't have someone interested in that one. So I would suggest we not notice an opening in Park Board.
We actually have 3.
Okay, but whichever. But
and we can have a discussion about those folks if Mr. Deeds declines.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
So moved.
What do you need, Deb? Would you like a motion to, or is
I
it?
think direction is fine.
Okay.
We have about a 3-week lag, and so if we get a notice out this week, I think we need to allow approximately a couple of weeks, maybe 10 days, to accept applications. I understand that we're doing it just for the Arts Center Board and the Heritage Preservation Board.
Yep.
We'll be real clear in our notice, and then I will report back to you on the results of that.
Okay. Good discussion. All right, we've got a resolution accepting various donations. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded, we adopt Resolution 2011-60. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Donations this period are to the Edina Arts Center and the Edina Park Department for the Edina Park Department to the let's see, the Edina Historical Society donated $7,000 to the Edina Park Department. Member Bennett, you were going to say something.
Well, the Historical Society paid for the installation of air
Right.
conditioners in the Grange Hall and Cahill School. They conduct summer camps, as well as the school field trips during the school year. They also have a summer camp and birthday parties.
Right, good. And you'll see the donors' names or the organizational names on the website. Next matter is proposed ordinance regarding the Transportation Commission purpose and duties. And Mr. Sullivan, you have this matter.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. In my addition to being the Assistant City Engineer, I'm also the liaison for the Edina Transportation Commission. And the topic we'll be discussing tonight is the Transportation Commission's recommendation to revise its purpose and duties. If you remember back on we had a workshop with council and the Edina Transportation Commission, which we call ETC for short, and March 1st. And at that meeting, the council kind of asked the Transportation Commission to take a look at their ordinance, the language in it, to be a little more maybe up to date. A lot of our previous work was related to larger traffic studies, West 70th Street traffic study, Northeast Edina, things like that. Those larger studies have started to fade, as well as our development reviews that were going on for a while. And with the desire of the Planning Commission to take over the review of some of the traffic analysis and recommendations as it pertains to the overall planning of a site, like I said, council asked that the ETC look at bringing their code up to date, so to speak. And so we took our regularly scheduled meetings both in March and April to discuss what the group thought would be an appropriate revisions. And so we're presenting a first revision for you tonight. I will also note that on your packet as well, there's a revision by one of the council members, Sprague, to kind of maybe tighten up a little bit of language. But I will start with my initial, I should say the initial writing as of the ETC, and then we can elaborate onto the council member Sprague's if you so desire. Basically, what we want to do is kind of, like I said, bring this into the more current state that we're in today, implementing a vision for integrated multimodal local transportations as stated in our comprehensive plan. There's also a number of other kind of documents that we'll be looking at in more depth here as we move forward, but we have the Bike Edina Task Force, the bike plan. We've had a recent resolution by the council for complete streets. We've talked about these other measures that are out there in the industry, out in the other communities at a state level, and we're starting to drill down to the local level here. Our goal really is to provide a safe and efficient transportation options for all users, motorists, transit riders, bicycles, pedestrians of all ages and abilities. The old language was more geared towards transportation, more geared towards vehicles, didn't emphasize the bicycles and pedestrians as much. And we wanted to do this in a sensible way that would both be in balance with the economy, environment, social and personal vitality of the city and its residents. As I go further in here, if you have any questions, we also have the chair of the Transportation Commission, Jennifer Genevieve, here as well. She'll be able to answer any questions you may have. We thought that it would be also very important to kind of start putting some definitions of a few things. The term multimodal gets used quite a bit, and like I said, in the previous reiterations of the code, it was really related towards vehicles. We're looking to expand upon that and take bigger chunks and bigger components to the other types of mass transit, bicycle, and pedestrians. Something else that was kind of lacking was the definition of what streets we'll be looking at. With the city of Edina, we're bisected by a number of highways, which are more in MnDOT control, 169, Crosstown, Highway 100. And then we also have the county layers of streets, which is France Avenue, Vernon, those type of roadways. And so how does the city and how does the Transportation Commission, what streets are under our ability to manage or to recommend and comment on? And so the discussion here is let's drill down to the residential streets, the collector streets and below. So the streets that have our state aid designation, our municipal state aid designation, or our local streets, which is by far and away the vast majority of the streets within our community. And so there's really 10 items that the Transportation Commission thought was part of their purpose and duties. And the first one was to advise the City Council on operations of the local transportation system. Secondly was to develop strategies to implement the city's multimodal transportation vision. Thirdly was to make recommendations for and to participate in the development of plans to complete our multimodal transportation networks. Fourth was to look at reviewing neighborhood street capital investment projects for adherence to the city policies and our planning documentations that are out there currently. Fifth was to review and comment on large development proposals such as the small area study for the Grand View, which will have a role in eventually as a project gets further along. These AUARs, which is something that was down there on the 77th Street, much larger type projects that have vast tentacles within the community as far as these transportation, environmental impacts, mass transit, and then obviously pedestrian and other modes as well. Sixth, the group wanted to take a look at, provide a forum for citizens to discuss regional transportation improvements. We recognize that ultimately MnDOT's responsible for MnDOT roads, the county's responsible for county roads, but there has to be some kind of vehicle there that we can be some kind of sounding board or help to integrate. Maybe there's some work sessions or work groups that may be formed to kind of be the liaison to these other commissions and boards as well. Seventh, we wanted to promote the city's transportation vision through the education and open forums. We talk a lot about let's do infrastructure, let's change the road, let's do something, but a big component is education. We heard about it earlier tonight in some other presentations. Getting the residents to understand the dynamics of what's appropriate when you're traveling on our residential streets, how to manage and interact with bicycles, pedestrians, the type of activities and what to expect with those type of uses. Well, also was to look at transportation concerns, review citizen transportation concerns. And the last two, number 9 and number 10, was review and make recommendations supporting transportation funding. A lot of times there's federal funding. As Mayor Hovland's aware, there's a lot of federal and state and regional funding out there available, and I want to make sure we take advantage of that, set ourselves up appropriately with an eye for if we have a plan in place, we can go after funding. If we don't have plans in place, it's difficult to get the funding and then create the plan from the funding. It's much easier to create the plan, and then the dollars will typically flow to you. And so they'll be working with staff on something like this to get a little more information and work on these funding type of improvements. And the 10th one is to advise the City Council on additional matters as we're asked to. If there's another Northeast Edina study in the future, another part of our community needs assistance, or you need a hand diving into an issue in more detail, then you're able to handle at the DS on a bi-monthly basis that the Transportation Commission would be there to provide assistance. That's my quick overview here. I know there's, like I said, the Chair of the Transportation Commission here as well. I may want to add a few comments, and I would certainly take any questions from your group as well tonight.
Questions? Excuse me. Questions for Mr. Sullivan at this point in time? Member Bennett?
Mr. Sullivan, when was this discussed by the ETC?
Like
the minutes were in the packet, so at two meetings, the March and April meetings?
Sure, yeah, March and April, we introduced the topic in March. Chair Genevieve did a great job of introducing the topic, getting us thinking about this. Like I said, the March 1st meeting, workshop with Council, was the first time that the idea was brought up that the Transportation Commission maybe should be refreshing their ordinance. And so we took that and immediately in the March meeting, and then again in the April meeting, refined our kind of broad level discussions were in March, and then brought that forward here tonight.
And you were present at and part of both of those discussions?
Yes, we were involved. As from a staff level, I was involved in that. There's some recommendations with your packet too, that there's maybe some additional communication that could be done across the other boards and commissions. It's something that from a staff level was not brought about. But as these other boards and commissions as we start to unify boards and commissions in some degree with meeting minutes and all of our duties, and all these duties start to transcend between groups, as planning commissions taking over some of our responsibilities from traffic reviews. Maybe there's some things that the other boards and commissions should be aware of that we can share in duties and reorganize a little bit. So maybe that's one of the recommendations in there. We should see how this fits in with the other boards and commissions, and we should discuss, or we would ask the council to discuss that a little bit as well, and what you believe our role should be in that.
You know, you've touched on an area that occurred to me, particularly with the walkability, bikeability, and being a healthy community, and that then being the purview of possibly the health committee. So that certainly is an area that crosses over, and the interest would cross over.
Member Bennett. Excuse me.
I'm confused, I guess, because I'm aware of the history. It was a good packet. It put information together, and I guess I think it's a great job. I think it does bring the purpose and function of the commission into line with the comprehensive plan. It's my understanding that most of the material in here actually is either in the original ordinance and simply restated, and I think clearly stated, or it's in the comprehensive plan. And it's my understanding that that you were present at the meeting, part of the discussions, that there was an opportunity for written response, and that the city manager, Neil, also had a chance to review this and provided written response that was then seen by the ETC at one of those two meetings. So to me, this seems like it's been a pretty complete process and a pretty thoughtful process, and I see no reason why we couldn't go forward with the approval of it.
Sure. I will just add that I think the recommendation from Director Houle and is echoed by some of the other staff as well, is that we want to be careful in some of the language here. I think as a group, the ETC did a great job of discussing it internally. I was present in those meetings, certainly agreed with their thought process through that. However, we, as you mentioned kind of earlier in some of these, we have to kind of look ahead, and as the next council, the next ETC members looking at this, want to make sure the language is correct, and that there's always going to be interpretation in any language we do. We understand that, but there's some concerns, potential concerns in some of these comments that we want to be cautious that the steps that are being suggested here can fit within our current timelines for street reconstruction projects, things like that. Obviously, we want to get input and we want to bounce ideas off the other groups and commissions. However, we want to make sure that we keep these projects within the timelines that were kind of presented here, the yearly cycle. So we want to be, I guess maybe that's where some of this is coming from, certainly, is that we want to be real sure that that we can achieve that.
Sure, I understand that. And I think with respect to people coming onto the commission, there's a similar concern about time. Because if you pick good people for a commission and they have good skills and they think they're going to be allowed to work on issues that they interviewed to work on, and then they're not allowed to work on them, I'm not sure what message we're giving to our residents. And I also understand that I guess I'm confused as to why some of these concerns weren't raised earlier when the work of the commission was done during March and April and we're sitting at our second meeting in May. I have seen an email from you that dated April 12th that says that there were only 2 of those 10 numbers identified, and specifically it reads, staff has discussed the draft ETC ordinance and have no changes to items number 5. After further thought, giving examples of the larger development reviews, such as the EA, AUAR, and the small area plans, is the best way to convey the responsibilities of the ETC, which would also seem to fit with the discussion that the council held with the Planning Commission about what the Planning Commission wanted to do itself and what they anticipated the Transportation Commission would do. That is followed by a paragraph that states, quote, "We are still discussing number 8, review citizen traffic concerns. Staff believes the Traffic Safety Committee serves a valuable piece of reviewing and applying industry standards to traffic regulatory concerns, such as stop signs, no parking, etc." And there were no other issues identified with any of the other numbers. I also note that from must be minutes of the April meeting, you explained to the ETC that traffic and transportation have very different meanings, and therefore it was preferable to have that numbered item, number 8, I believe, state review citizen transportation concerns rather than review citizen traffic concerns. And as I was reading through these materials and Member Sprague's suggestions earlier today, my note was, what about if it's changed, if transportation is changed to traffic, what about transit, trails, et cetera? I think the word transportation is more comprehensive. It does fit better with the purpose of the commission and what we want that commission to do. So I guess I'm concerned that with the time that this has been available for review, the fact that no issue was identified with things previously, I don't know where the issues are coming from, and can you help me understand better why there would be issues now?
I think I might be able to. I think that we have had a chance to review. I think Director Houle has offered his comment that may be later in the process than what's desirable. Certainly I've had a chance to review it, as has Mr. Sullivan. I think we come to you, sometimes it's difficult, I think, for the council when staff come to you with maybe varying degrees, varying staff come with varying degrees of support for an item. And so that's hard, I think, to discern what is the kind of staff opinion on the issue. So I understand maybe that's a potential source of confusion. As I reviewed this, the ordinance, I think what it does is establishes the Transportation Commission as an accountability body for the things that we're doing in the transportation world. So when I read the item number 5, for example, review and comment on large development proposals such as those requiring an AUAR, EAW, et cetera, and I've talked about this with Commissioner Janovy, what I believe will happen in that regard is the staff are presenting a plan to the Transportation Commission for their review and their comment. Really, their comment, because that's what's important for you, to be able to get the input from staff and the input from your appointed commissioners. I don't envision that becoming a negotiation process where the ETC says, I don't like this, go back and fix that, and maybe bring it back and we'll consider it again. That's not what review and comment mean. Review and comment means they make their comments on it, and that gets advanced to you, the council. Then you have a chance to say to me or to Mr. Sullivan or Mr. Houle, you know, the ETC says that your plan doesn't comply with the comprehensive plan. Would you care to explain that? You know, I think that's the kind of thing that I think we as staff are going to try to do our best to make sure that we're gaining the endorsement or a clean bill of health from an ETC on any kind of project. So I think that's where I think that's the direction this is going. In the end, I think this is what the council has expressed some support for in the past.
Can I work through some of my proposed changes to the language? Because it will also address, I think, some staff concerns that were brought up. I talked with Chair Janovy this weekend after the staff recommendation was put forth. And so I came up with this draft language. What I did was I took 2 and 3 and combined those into one item, which is number 2. So it just cleans it up, and both of these talk about recommendations, plans, and strategies, and rather than having 2 bullet points, just converted those into one. So it's develop strategies, plans, and recommendations, and that would be obviously happen in a sequence. First you develop your strategy and vision, then your plan, then you recommend. And clearly that's needed to implement living streets and all the other things that are going to be contemplating tonight as well. The other change was on 4, and I just simply capitalized small area plan, and it should not be plural, it's just singular. In 5, again, that was a language cleanup. You don't have to provide a forum for citizens because you're already discussing it, and therefore part of the discussion is citizen engagement and citizen forum. So it's redundant to state that twice. So we simply put discuss regional transportation improvements by outside agencies that may affect the local transportation system. 7 is the big substantive change, and you talked about transportation being broader, but I think the problem is in the process. And in Edina, if you have a local traffic complaint, you come to, you call City Hall, you get directed to the Transportation Safety Committee, which is not on the website, it's not defined anywhere, it's an internal committee. And once they make their statement, it goes directly to council. What we're asking for is like, as in every other workflow situation with our boards and commissions, have a stopover for simple review and comment at the ETC. That's why I specifically stated citizen traffic complaints. It's actually citizen traffic complaint reports, because that's what comes to the ETC. And in fact, before last year, those weren't even on our agenda. We weren't even seeing those. What happened last year is we changed that so that we would have them on our consent agenda where we could remove them and comment. The problem was it wasn't sequenced properly, so that it might go to the council and then 2 weeks later it would be on our consent agenda. Well, we're not really fulfilling our role as providing valuable comment and information to the council in advance of their decision. So why not just specify what the role is? The TSC, the Transportation Safety Committee, can continue to do its work and on all the technical requirements of warrants and so on. All we're asking is to embed in this ordinance a practice that has already been endorsed, which is reviewing and commenting in a timely fashion on the things coming forward. I look at tonight's packet that this resident brought up and think if that had gone through that process, had one of the Transportation Commission members removed it and made some comments, maybe we would be dealing with it in a more productive fashion. There are other things where there are patterns that start to emerge in neighborhoods and on certain streets where it indicates a more system-wide issue, and if the Transportation Commission were allowed to identify those and comment, then that would give us some direction, and then we may even direct them to do a specific study of an area or of a street. So it's going to help our workflow process to have this specifically defined in the manner in 7. The data part is about making sure that the ETC receives data. Jack, in one of the minutes, calls it issue mapping, basically looking at holistically at all the traffic complaints in the city, and again doing this pattern identification by placing the complaints on the map and then letting the ETC review that. And then 8 is again a cleanup of some language, review and make recommendations. I just changed that to review and recommend transportation-related funding. So what we have is a more concise ordinance. It addresses the roles of each body, both staff and the ETC, so they can clearly understand where their roles are. And then following the implementation of the ordinance, we can also work on some specific policies to further define, for instance, the TSC, what it does, what its role is. And so the public now understands what happens start to finish when a traffic complaint comes forward. And to me, that's one of the most valuable parts of this revision.
Thanks for doing that work and making those suggestions. Member Swenson.
And the suggestions, whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, are fine. However, they haven't gone before the Transportation Commission. Right. They haven't gone before the staff. There was already comment earlier that, of timeliness. I don't want to vote on a bunch of changes that haven't been brought before the bodies that are going to be using them and working with them. So, you know, either I vote on this that's before me tonight, or we send it all back again for review. But that's all I'm comfortable with. I don't want to vote on changes that haven't been talked about by the body as a whole. I appreciate the fact that you talked to the chair, but we also have a staff that need to weigh in on it and the rest of the Transportation Commission. So one way or the other, I think we got to go, but not rewrite it tonight.
I concur with Member Swenson. We got an April 21 draft by the ETC. We've got the work that Josh did dated May 13. We've got a Director of Public Works that has concerns that he wants to address that he hasn't been able to address yet regarding, I think it's 4 of the items, 3, 4, 5, and 8. I think we need to have another look at this by both staff, as Member Swenson says, and the ETC, with all of these different component parts in front of them. Figure out what the language is going to be, and then bring it back to us with respect to purpose and duties, with a recommendation that embodies both staff and ETC approval.
And I guess I stand a little bit differently on him on one part, that this traffic safety committee report, yeah, I didn't think the guy today was very happy with how it was handled, and he wanted us to have it reviewed again. I'm not sure that's something I want to send to the Transportation Commission for a decision, certainly for information for them. But that's not, unless we want them to do like variances on a planning commission, I guess that isn't where I see their role, and I know you and I don't agree on that.
No, we agree. That's not where either version is.
Okay.
Neither version is there.
Right.
Where we're at is the current practice is it's a consent agenda item. They can
they get a copy of it and they see what the decision was.
No, they can review and comment on any item in the TSC report. And then all I'm saying now is that let's have that review and comment before it gets to council, not after. They still can't recommend or do anything with the decision of the TSC. They're simply reviewing and commenting.
And that's fine. If that's what you meant,
that's all it
then
is. That's why the language says review and comment.
I think that's interesting language. Like you said, it's a substantive change on year 7. I tend to like the comments Member Bennett made with regard to number 8. A little bit broader coverage there with the word transportation than just citizen traffic complaints. But I think let's let the ETC and staff wrestle through the language of all of that. Member Bennett, you wanted to comment on something.
Well, yes, I do. First of all, Director Houle had this the 23rd of March.
It's going back, I think. You can pretty much count on that.
I can't necessarily win by arguing it, but I can say again that when we draft good people in our community to serve on volunteer commissions, and we ask them in a joint meeting or we authorize them to work with staff on an ordinance, and they do that, and they send it to us, and then at the last minute, concerns get raised that weren't raised before in the previous 2 months.
It's going back for review.
I'd be sending it back for review if we only had Josh's comments from May 13, or at least be suggesting that it go back for review. So I understand what you're saying. I think that Jack
I think we have to look at how. I think we do constantly look at how we do things. But again, we have these really talented, bright people who want to serve on boards of commissions. We know issues with how the transportation system works in this city. The gentleman standing here this evening said over and over, I'm not necessarily asking for a stop sign. And that's part of the crux of the matter with respect to the Traffic Safety Committee, because that's all the Traffic Safety Committee has to offer, is it has regulatory signs, it has engineering solutions, and those are not always, in fact, often, as we all know from the traffic safety reports, those often are not the solutions. But that's where we're ending, that's where our staff, that's where the Traffic Safety Committee's role ends. So then people are sent back out. They're rarely, if ever, told that there even is a Transportation Commission that they can take their concerns to. And instead of having a regularized pattern of referral of these questions and issues to the Transportation Commission, where all these bright and informed people with their varied backgrounds want to work on coming up with other solutions other than regulatory signs. So we've got frustrated residents, frustrated commission members, and a frustrated council member. But in any event, that I understand that I am not a majority opinion in this, or I do not carry a majority opinion, but I think we risk losing the talent of some really, really good people.
I don't think we're at risk of that, frankly, and I do think staff has apologized and wishes they would have gotten to it, but had some pressures in their schedule with regard to a lot of street projects. This doesn't happen often. I mean, this is a real anomaly. So, is there, Member Brindle? Yes, thank you.
I want to weigh in on this a little bit. I think that, number one, thank you to the Commission for spending the time it takes to distill what it is that the Commission does, can do, wants to do, and puts it here. I do understand that there are some tender issues with regard to scheduling when a situation comes up like it comes up with a traffic safety issue, and certainly is this something the Transportation Commission should know about? Yes. Should it delay that coming to the council? No. The very tenuous scheduling that goes in there, I believe, is what is at issue. And so I totally understand it, and I look at it from the Commission standpoint, and I look at it from staff's standpoint, and that is something that we need to look at the wording here. We need to look at the intent here and make sure that staff can do what they need to do, and that the Commission can do what it is being asked to do, and that they both understand where they are and that the information flows freely from one to the other. So I totally understand the timing issue of it, and I understand its sensitivity, and that's what makes it difficult. Certainly, the voice and the opinions of the commissioners, absolutely imperative. I mean, we want that, and that's why we have the people we have on that commission. Should that delay a traffic safety report from coming to the council? Should that delay it a month? That is the sticking point, in my opinion, right there. And so that if that can be dealt with, and we can reach a consensus, reach some comfort for the Commission to feel like it has a voice and will be heard, and that staff can move on things when it feels it needs to, that is the sticking point. And I totally understand how difficult it is.
I would like to comment on the timing issue again, because for traffic safety complaints, there is no timing issue. We're not under any duress of time. So if we had to, the Commission meets the third Thursday of the month. If we have to delay it 2 weeks so that we get it the first Tuesday of the month, when the third Thursday comes before, then fine. But there will also be times where it will sequence just fine. It's not a time-sensitive matter. It's more about the process from a person making a complaint to its resolution, and are we getting the best feedback, not on just the regulatory aspects, but on almost always they involve speed and volume, so it's really traffic calming and not really stop signs at all. But that information doesn't flow to us because there's no stopover at our commission charged with looking at system-wide transportation issues, and that's where the change comes in. We're going to have to debate that a different day because it needs to go back to be looked at again. But I would caution you on the timing. It's not a time-sensitive matter. We could certainly do a stopover there, and we want the best information we can get on this body before we render a decision. The other thing is they are charged with managing our comprehensive plan and our system-wide imperatives, and they can't do that if they don't get the data on a regular basis showing where all these different complaints are popping up.
Member Bennett, you had a question.
Yes, I do, and it's for either Mr. Sullivan or for Chair Janovy, and that is, it's my understanding that one of the members of the Transportation Commission has learned about some funding that can be used for pedestrian, I believe it's pedestrian issues, and are we now at any kind of risk of losing funding because we don't have a body that has the charge to address this question?
I will take a shot at that and ask Chair Genevieve as well. I'm not sure which funding you're talking about. There's a number of sources that we're currently pursuing right now. One is Safe Routes to School, which would be pedestrian funding in school zones. Some of the other ones that we're looking at as well, we have through the SHIP, the State Health Initiative program, which is administered by Bloomington Health at the moment. There's some funding available that we'll talk about in just a few minutes. Both of those programs we currently are able to secure or apply for and secure dollars if we're selected. I can talk in more detail about that in a minute.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Just one quick comment for me. I'm still kind of befuddled by the language of paragraph 4, so I'd like to understand. When it comes back, I'd like to understand that one better.
Given what we've heard and discussed, I would like to hear from the chair of the commission briefly.
Oh, sure. No, it's fine.
Thank you. Hi. Mayor Hovland, members of the council. I'll answer any questions you have for me. Was it the question about point number 4 in the draft ordinance? Or
That would be a good. That would be a
Can
good
you
place to
identify
start.
yourself and your
I'm
address?
sorry.
Yeah.
Jennifer Janovy, 4016 Inglewood Avenue.
And you are the chair of the Edina Transportation Commission.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for sticking around so late into the evening.
Well, you're here too.
All right. What's your understanding, or the ETC's understanding, you speaking on their behalf, with regard to number 4?
Review neighborhood street capital investment projects for adherence to adopted city policies and planning documents. I think the important part of that is the for adherence to adopted city policies and planning documents. So what it is providing a level of oversight to make sure that when something comes forward, it matches with what's in the comprehensive plan and any other documents that have laid out the vision for the city. And the role is really limited to that. It's a review and comment role. And exactly when the ETC would be brought in the process isn't defined, and that would be cooperatively defined because it has to work with staff and it has to work with your schedule. It should be the most advantageous time to be brought in so that we can actually add value. But basically it is limited to reviewing these projects for adherence to what you've already approved and what the city vision is.
So when the ETC or some subset of the ETC is actively involved in a neighborhood street capital investment project like West 70th Street, would there be some kind of final overview or review then, in your opinion, even though you've been involved in the process all the way along? Or do you distinguish that from a situation where we're going to reconstruct streets in Highlands neighborhood and you want to look at those particular kinds of projects that come to us on a routine basis for public hearings?
This would be more the latter. We've never had a role in that, even though the comprehensive plan says we have a role, and even though the questionnaire that goes out to citizens says that we have a role. We've never had a role in street reconstruction projects other than something like West 70th.
Okay. Would you let us know where you think in the comprehensive plan your point is addressed?
There's a single sentence.
I mean, you don't have to do it now.
Member Bennett has it. She's got everything.
Yeah. I'd just like to know at some point in time. I just want to make sure I understand what you're thinking about here.
Right. I think it's in chapter 7. There's a single sentence that says.
Okay. And I'm probably going too deep into the weeds here. I just am anticipating that all this is going to get tabled and it's going to go back to you for further work on purpose and duties in conjunction with staff, and you bring it back here when you deem it appropriate. So
When we sent this down to them, it was going to be a collaborative effort between staff and the Transportation Commission, and I think we achieved some level of success on that, minus the last-minute comments that were brought forward. So,
I'm assuming your May 13 comments will go down too.
yeah, I mean, everything from tonight, our discussion can go down. She's obviously been here the whole time, so she can bring that back and then work again in collaboration with staff and try to come up with an ordinance that everyone can live with. But the overall picture here is to give this commission some teeth to get the comprehensive work we need done on transportation in the city. And to me, this is a very good step in the right direction, and I really appreciate all of the time spent on this. It started with last year, before this formal process even began, some work sessions on talking about scope and duty and how can we accomplish better the transportation imperatives of the city. So that would not have happened without your leadership and your commitment. So I want to thank you again for that.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I believe I have found the sentence in question. It is in Section 7.1, Introduction to Chapter 7, Transportation, and the last paragraph states, the short one, in 2003, the city formed the Edina Transportation Commission. It is made up of citizens appointed by the City Council. It advises the City Council on transportation issues facing the city, including congestion, roadway improvement projects, and non-motorized transportation needs. This transportation chapter was prepared under the guidance of the UTC.
Okay, thank you. Well, thanks for sticking around. Excuse me.
And, Your Honor, I guess I would like to say that it's my understanding from the work session that we held with the ETC that when we talk about, as it's referred to in this draft ordinance, street capital improvement projects, the kinds of things that we're talking about are bike lanes. There is a bike plan in the comprehensive plan. We're talking about sidewalks. There's a sidewalk map, not a sidewalk full plan, in the comprehensive plan. And we council members during that work session identified the usefulness that the ETC could have in terms of resident education and support for sidewalks in areas where there hasn't been maybe long-term consideration of them, but in fact they would make a lot of sense, and there have been some missed opportunities.
Yeah, good. Thank you. All right, is there a motion to table this matter?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Carried. Next matter deals with living streets, potential living streets policy establishment. Mr. Sullivan, this is a combination of complete streets, I think, with green streets, and you end up with living streets.
Thank you again, Mayor, council members. Yes, from the Transportation Commission, about almost the same timeline as we just talked about with the March and April ETC meetings. The ETC would like to discuss and get your recommendation and hopefully authorization to move forward with starting the process of establishing a living streets policy within the city of Edina. At the Transportation Commission, we've been discussing, well, I guess in the industry as well, it's been a timeline of context-sensitive design practices. That was the first thing. That was about 8-10 years ago. That was kind of the buzzword. That's kind of transitioned to complete streets, the legislation at the state level, and then the policies at the state and some of the county and some of these other agencies across the state have come up with, and across the country, actually. Complete Streets is looking to doing design work that provides a balance in the transportation system, looking at multiple modes of while you're doing planning. It doesn't mean every mode on every street. It just means you should take that into account. You need a network, a system within this community to get all these different modes to work. Not necessarily in every street, though. Maybe every other east-west street is a sidewalk street, and every other north-south street is a bike lane street. There's some logic to it as well. And then kind of where the next step is green streets, which maybe has more of an Environmental and Energy Commission type of overture, where we're looking to design street networks that reduce environmental impacts, stormwater runoff, providing more shade, keeping more shade trees, boulevard type of plantings, and impervious surface, which we've heard about this evening as well from the students at the school. So you kind of combine green streets and complete streets and context-sensitive design, which means you kind of meld it all together, and the concept of living streets is kind of moving forward. There's some other communities in the metro area that have engaged in this. North St. Paul is the one noticeable example in the metro. Through the watershed district up there, they've compiled a pretty extensive design guidance document for their community and how they want to proceed, how they envision their neighborhoods and street reconstruction practices happening. So living streets would take kind of a balanced out the transportation system. We looked to also reduce environmental impacts. So balanced transportation system is kind of the complete streets concept. Reduce environmental impacts is kind of the green streets concept, and then the living streets would kind of add on active living, community identity, and some social connection. So kind of layered on this mix of 5 or 6 key topics, and that kind of is the definition, so to speak, of the working definition of living streets. The ETC would anticipate that this living streets document would kind of acknowledge and incorporate and use as a springboard many of the other policies and practices that have been floating around the city. There's the Minnesota Green Steps City program that we currently have been talking about in other levels of government here. The Fit City resolution, the Complete Streets legislation and resolution that was passed last year, our comprehensive plan, our transportation comprehensive chapters, and the overall comprehensive plan that we had for Transportation Commission, our bicycle comprehensive plan, and then obviously taking into account current state and local engineering standards and practices. So kind of using all this documentation, melding it together in conjunction with the planning department, maybe some of these other boards and commissions. EEC is a great example of one that may need to get pulled in a little bit to talk about this, and go through a process of creating some type of document that would really create as a guidance document moving forward with these street reconstruction projects that would encapsulate many of the discussion we had just a few minutes ago about the 8 to 10 things that the ETC should be looking at. Well, maybe it's not just the ETC, maybe it's the entire city, it's the city council, it's the staff, it's the residents. As we move forward, we can be providing documentation that can be supportive of our endeavors as we move forward. And so the long definition here is the ETC is kind of looking for a collaborative effort with staff to prepare this Living Streets plan, concurrently review for all the ordinances and all the other information we just talked about, to look at a plan that will be practical and economical and reduce our impacts on our environment while still meeting the needs of our community and kind of our Vision 2020 goals of our community. This Living Streets concept or policy got a real big springboard here, which I didn't include in the presentation, but in the last 2 weeks, notified from the Bloomington Health Department, which is actually overseer of the SHIP funds, the State Health Initiative Program, that there's some funding available. Current funding cycle runs through June 30th for this grant, and they have it targeted for the city of Edina, and they were looking to find some way to utilize this money within Edina, and currently it's going through the legal process through the SHIP and through Bloomington a little bit right now, but they want to give the city, looking to give the city $15,000 to start as a seed money to start this plan. We all recognize that this plan will cost probably considerably more than that. I'd anticipate somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000. That seems to be the going rate for studies. Our Bike Down Task Force bike plan costs about $60,000, $70,000. The Living Streets policy from Ramsey County or North St. Paul is considerably more expensive. That was over $200,000, but I think there was some. It was a little bit more unique study. So kind of thinking somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000 is probably an appropriate amount. So certainly there's a long way to go in finding a funding gap here, but the short-term answer is that we've been talking about some kind of living streets for a while now, and Bloomington having some funds that are available and actually have some sunset dates of the end of June to at least get us started in this process. Maybe select a framework and potentially select a consultant that we could start working through this with. It's very positive news, and so often we come to these type of suggestions without funding in these larger studies. Grandview is another example of about a $100,000 study. There was grant money given for that. So we're starting this, and I think this would be a great step in the right direction. The Transportation Commission has been very excited about this. As we previously discussed, we have a lot of good people on the Transportation Commission with a lot of varied backgrounds. Met council staff, we have engineers from other communities, we have a lot of individuals with bike emphasis, and this document could really go a long ways in producing, and with the staff on it, could really, I think, create a real good document for all of us to use here at the city moving forward. So, like I said, the recommendation in your packet is to authorize that. Well, first, acknowledge that we sent this, the ETC sent this resolution up to you and wanted your comments and remarks on it, but ultimately would like an authorization to move forward with. We're starting the process here. To be obviously much more detailed information we'll provide to you as we start engaging in this, and more of a formal outline such as the Grandview study has produced, but things like that. But just for the start, we're excited about this. ETC is thinking this is a great location for them to dive in and start utilizing their talents, and we actually have some funding that we're working on really putting the final touches on getting that approved here, and hope to have that back in front of you for the first meeting in June to make a recommendation on.
I would want to add, Your Honor, that I think that's kind of the key as far as tonight goes, is that what you're being asked to do, obviously, is just to grant the policy direction to develop this document that will come back to you for a review and discussion and so on at another date.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
I'd like to thank Jack and Jennifer for bringing it forward. I like the name Living Streets even better than Complete Streets, but any of it.
Huge paradigm shift. It's really great, and we will be one of the first in the state to, if we adopt Living Streets, we'll be one of the first in the state. So it's another feather in our brand cap.
Well, I'd like to add that this is the innovation that I like seeing from the Transportation Commission. The people on that commission are creative, they're talented. We, as a council, were so excited to see these candidates come forward with these talents that would benefit our Transportation Commission and ultimately the beauty and efficiency and safety of our city. So, and just a huge thank you for all of the effort to tie back some of these points in this resolution to areas of our comprehensive plan. It just makes it so easy to say, all right, check that one off, and know that the things we say we're going to do in the comprehensive plan, this is giving us a way to be accountable for those. So I appreciate that very much.
Well said. Thank you. All right. Next portion of the agenda, correspondence and petitions. Anything other than what was provided to council on the dais this evening? All right. Council comments. Member Sprague.
Real brief tonight, Your Honor. I just want to thank our incredible residents for bringing forward very valuable information. One letter this week was from resident Bob Moore talking about the importance of the central concourse at Southdale, and he sent some historical pictures of the mall that are just incredible, and it kept me thinking about how important the inside of Southdale is as well. Also, we got some information from a resident, many pieces of information about
photos that Mr. Moore sent
this.
us are streaming right now.
Some events that happened.
That group interaction photo was really interesting.
Yeah, it was really a hub of activity. We need that drawback to the mall. Thanks for putting those up. The other correspondence we received this week was from a resident about the coyote management programs. They sent a lot of valuable, and Mayor, you forwarded that on to us. Thank you for that. And it really informed the discussion tonight. And again, just want to thank the residents for their input. And again, if you ever want to send us correspondence, you send it to Edina Mail, MAIL, at ci.edina.mn.us, to the attention of the City Council. If it's received before Friday at, what time, high noon, something like that, it goes into our council packets that we review on the weekend, and if it's after that, we get it on our desk on the dais on Tuesday. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Swenson.
Monday night, there's a Homes Within Reach fundraiser at the Hughes Pavilion, and I'd love to tell you when it starts, but of course I already pulled that out of my council packet. It was in there. But it's a very valuable thing. We usually have one home in Edina that they support each year, and oh yeah. Oh, that's right. I have it in my, okay, I have it in my calendar because I'm going to go. 5 to 8 and there'll be a silent auction, and you can bid on, you can buy a wine bottle that might be worth more than the $25 it costs. It's a cool idea anyway. It's a great program for moderate and low-income housing for our city's scattered sites, so I think anyone who can go to support it would be great.
Good. Thank you. Member Bennett.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Member Brendel.
We are in the season of landscaping and property beautification, and I would like to see us in some sort of communication remind residents of where the easement is. And we'll have a little heartbreak, not just a little, a lot of heartbreak in different parts of the city as we go through and add sidewalks, particularly along Valley View Road near Sally Lane, which is in my area. So I hear the chatter and the heartbreak of losing mature trees that have been planted by previous property owners, nonetheless, but in the easement. And so I think it would be good to remind homeowners where the easement is, how to figure out where in their property the easement line is, so that when they are planning and planting major landscaping like trees that they want to have there for the next 20, 30 years, that they know where to plant them. Thanks.
Thank you.
Member Brindle, do you see that as being maybe a public information document or something like that, maybe?
Yeah, I do. I see it as an in Edina. It could be an in Edina segment, could be an About Town segment, could be a press release in the Sun, could be all of the above, but there's major dollars spent on landscaping, and there are major concerns in wanting pedestrians and runners to be off the roadway and safe. So if we can educate going forward to accomplish that, that'd be great.
Thank you. Let's see, over the last 2 weeks, on the 6th of May, I met with a couple of our residents that are still interested in this community dome project. They were next going to see the fire chief. One of the locations they were interested in was behind the police and fire training facility. I haven't heard anything since I met with them as to whether our fire chief was receptive to that notion or thought that our partners on that police and fire training facility would be receptive or not. On the 9th, I was part of a group of MLC mayors that met with the governor on MLC-related issues. He was very forthcoming. 2 weeks left in the session at that point in time. A lot of stress over the budget. Nonetheless, he was a very gracious host and made sure that we knew, went out of his way to make sure that we knew that we could call on him at any time, and was interested in particular in one of the issues we have going on in Edina with respect to a Fortune 500 company. So we'll visit with him further about that in the future. Helmuth and Johnson had their, well, that same afternoon I had a Center for Transportation Studies strategic planning meeting. One thing I was going to mention is that MnDOT, the commissioner of MnDOT, has thought that we should look at the transportation plan for the state of Minnesota on a 50-year horizon. So he's got this 50-year vision plan going on. If you go to gominnesota.org, or minnesotago.org, I think is what it is, minnesotago.org, you'll see some taped interviews of a variety of people. Very interesting project that's underway there.
Are they doing public forums?
They're doing some public forums. I think they're down in Rochester, and they'll be here in the Twin Cities as well. Not just transportation people involved in this. Economists, sociologists, I mean, just a wide array of folks that are being asked to opine about what they foresee the needs to be in the future for people from a transportation standpoint. Helmuth and Johnson did their grand opening of their law firm on the 11th. I went over there for the ribbon cutting. 169 meeting down in St. Peter. That was a long night down on the 12th of May. And then coming up tomorrow, TAB programming and the full TAB meeting at 1:30. I suspect that part of that conversation will involve a discussion of funding for the transportation infrastructure for the potential Viking Stadium in Arden Hills. I would expect that would be a pretty lively conversation about moving out of sequence in a constrained budgetary environment to try to accommodate 10 football games a year. So I think that'll be pretty interesting. And one of the county commissioners from Ramsey County that is right in the middle of this, Tony Bennett, is on the tab with me and other folks, so it should be pretty interesting. Edina Public Works, open house tomorrow night, starting at 3:30 to 6:30 at the new facility. Remind everybody of that. Till 7? 7. All right, good. Sunrise of Edina is opening a memory care unit at 7128 France Avenue. They've got their ribbon cutting on the 19th. And then York Gardens has the grand opening of their assisted living facility on Saturday afternoon. So you can keep that in mind, too, if you want to run over there about 1:15 or 1:30 to take a tour of that facility.
Mayor, does your hand get sore cutting all those ribbons?
I just kind of, part of the group.
You got to get a special brace for that carpal tunnel.
They got that. The chamber's got a sharp pair of scissors. So that is it. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was also going to mention the Public Works open house that's tomorrow. I wanted to let you know that the House Senate Tax Committee Conference Committee report was released, and the one-year extension of the Economic Development TIF was included in the bill. It's likely to be on its way to be vetoed by the governor, but we'll see. Maybe not. June 7th, we have a work session, and that work session is going to be dedicated to budget, 2012 budget. Talking about process, timeline, format, any of those kind of things that you have an interest in. That's the night I think we want to raise those points with staff and with your colleagues on the council to let us know what you'd like to do. Mr. Mayor, you mentioned the Sports Dome group, and we are continuing to meet with the Sports Dome group, and they have identified a couple of preferred locations which are adjacent to the South Metro Public Safety Training Facility. I think what I want the council to know about that is, from a staff standpoint, we are being as helpful to this group as possible, but until you tell us that we're their partner, we're not their partner. We are providing them with engineering data, we're providing them with financial data, we're showing them what our existing information base is on all of that kind of information. We've got a big meeting with them coming up at the end of this week where we're talking about various sites, but from a staff standpoint, we're trying to be as neutral as we can so that we can provide them good advice. There are there are a number of semifinalists that I'm reviewing right now for the Human Resources Director and Assistant City Manager positions. We're going to name finalists on Monday, the 23rd. There were 80 applicants for the Human Resources job and 130 applicants for the Assistant City Manager job. And we're trying to get the list down to 6 finalists for each one. Finally, I have worked here for 6 months, and part of your contract with Harry Brule was that he conduct a 6-month performance review. And you shouldn't let him out of that contract because you paid him to do that. So I will make a contact with him to come back and contact you all to set, I'm not sure what kind of a format you envisioned for that or he told you he was going to do. But I'll start to make some arrangements with him to get that going.
Thank you.
Okay. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm assuming from us as a council that once they get all the information they need, and I'm glad that you are being so forthwith, because if this project is going to come before us for a public hearing ever and let the public comment on it and us comment on it, I would rather that it be vetted far enough along to know if where they'd like to do it is logical from a building standpoint and, land, et cetera, and parking or some things like that.
Right.
So that really when everyone's commenting on the project, do they want it, do they not want it, do they see it being part of our community, that it really is a solid project that then can just either move forward or not move forward, depending
Right.
on what the comment
Right.
is. So,
And that you're able to judge it as neutral arbiters instead
Right.
of partners.
right.
Yeah.
I think they've talked to most of us here to let us know at least what they're doing, and, at least when I talked to them, my only comment was, well, you got to go talk to the fire chief and
Mhm.
engineering because of the land that you're looking at.
Yep.
So, yes, get it complete as far as they can get it, and then let's get it on the docket so that our residents know that it's coming up and they can comment on it too.
That is the plan.
Great.
Good. Anything else? All right, we stand adjourned.